Alright, I think we're rowdy. One might even think that we are rowdy. A quiet moment on the longship. I feel I should embrace this. Soon they'll be in, screaming first, running around, bumping into walls, getting paint everywhere. But in these brief few seconds, I shall enjoy the peace and calm. All right, baby boy. Hey, get comfy. It's okay. Amos is having a hard day. Oh, Kakashi! First! No, voice still not back. Not fully. Yeah, he's okay. Look at that little face. Hey, Amos, no chewing. Hey, I know. Poor boy. Anyway, let me add your score to... No, that's not the Excel sheet where I keep everything. That is your job. I mean, I can post your successes to YouTube. It won't count the same.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I might have missed the first, but I found a better button.
What do you mean a better button? What do you mean a better button? What button could possibly be better than first? Doesn't track, Relu. Doesn't track. Thank you, friend. How are you doing? How are you doing? Daromaniac, Wolfcrad. Come on in, friends. Come on in. What button is better than that? The belly button. Not a fan. Gonna be honest with you, not a fan. Oh, the belly button, not the button where Relu pushes a little nobule and it makes me live just a little bit longer. How are you doing, friends? Today it is Crafternoon. I have so many Gundam pieces and paints and whatnot. This is going to be a good little day. We're going to get messy with it. It's not my usual modus operandi. I could have phrased that better now I said it out loud. But I guess this is kind of a sponsored stream. Okay, I don't quite know how to classify this. If I didn't tell you already, while I was at PAX, the people over at Catalyst Games, who make Battletech now, like the tabletop board game Battletech, gave me a box of clan mechs, like a full-on lance. And we're like, yo, if you want to stream painting this, and I'm like, oh, fuck yes. So that's what we're doing. The only thing that may make this a little bit weird is this. It's not a sex toy. This is my little vortex mixer, and I will need to use this because most of my paints are basically like 50-50 block and goo. I don't know what this is going to do to the stream. I don't remember if this is loud or not. It's certainly going to be a thing that happens. I gotta plug it in a sec. But yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. We've got full lance up there, and also this little chilling in the hot tub guy. I know I've been talking about him a lot. Basically, I've been wanting to experiment more with hand painting, which is what we're going to be doing today. And I realised that going from 0 to miniatures is a little intimidating. Like, one of the reasons why I stopped doing Warhammer predominantly is the fact that in Warhammer, you can be wrong. You can paint thing wrong, like. And I think it's just deep-seated trauma from the teenage loveless years. But the idea of painting things wrong is still there, right? One of the things I love about painting Gundams is that there's no wrong way to do it. Because ultimately, the Gundam maintains its style and shape from the kit. Whereas with Warhammer, the model denotes who it is. And if people know, they know if you painted it wrong. And oh boy, they love to tell you. So Battletech sits in a nice, neat kind of like half and half. So I've base coated the minis, some in white, some in black. For the Gundam, same thing. So what I can do is I can experiment with like brush techniques and things like that with me Gundams. And if we want to do fiddly stuff while things are drying, I've got some of the tiny masking setups. So if I want to give it like a specific kind of look, I can. Also, and this is how far we're going, I'm busting out the sponges. Yeah, soak that in. Checkmate, rest of Twitch. We sponge it. Now, I got these from a crafting store last year, and because I wanted to try doing some textured painting. And I've got these huge pieces on this Gundam that I'm going to experiment with. So that's a whole thing. Well, so Wolfgrad, the complexity with 40k is that you have to know it well enough to paint it how you want, right? If I buy, what's his face, Vampire McBlood Angels, he's supposed to look a certain way. If I paint him a different style, I mean, that's fine. Ultimately, art is all subjective, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm not your dad. But if you know the character and want to either convert him or repaint him for another group or legion or something custom that you've done, you've got to know the original to articulate on it. Do you get me? Like, and also, because it's humanoid, you kind of need to put them eyeballs on there. Just saying. I'm sorry, Shitaru. What-o indeed. Sponge Man. Is that my designation today? Friends, I'm going to need to make another coffee in a second because I nearly took a sip of my paint mixer. Thankfully, it's not paint, but I nearly picked this up and was like, God. Sorry, I've been a little worried about Amos today and stuff like that, so my brain's going about 5 different directions, and I really, really want to do this today, but in the same breath, no, wait, now hang on, let me rephrase that. It's fucking cool that Catalyst Games, the Battletech people themselves, were like, hey, this Will guy, he's cool enough. He can have 5 mechs just to paint for the longship. I haven't quite gotten over that yet. But I haven't stopped moving since PAX, so I haven't had a chance to have anything resembling imposter syndrome. If I keep my mind active and working at all times, I can't feel anything. It's not healthy. But a friend of mine acquired tickets to Sum 41 this evening. So I'm going to be with you all for like 5-6 hours, and then I'm going to immediately rush downtown, probably still covered in paint. Whoa, Favor 6, no one ever said I was cool. Let's not get crazy. Hoppy likes giant robots. I do. And I may blep at our person over at Catalyst and let them know. Because they're also a huge giant robot fan. Sorry. You can work on giant robots and not be a giant robot fan. Do you know what I'm saying? I nearly did it again! Alright, I've got to move this. If I stop trying to drink the paint mixer. I just reach down for it. But anyway, so that's our day. I have so many paints and ideas. Honestly, a lot of them are water-based airbrush paints, and I'm like, fuck it, let's just experiment. Like, so long as we water it down, we'll be fine. And, beans, I need to get a paint cup. See, no way this goes poorly. Favor 6, good. That's how you know you're a true Gundam fan. The backlog. But anyway, I hope some of you are gonna bust out some model kits and some paints and kind of do like a little paint along with me. I'm experimenting with a new camera setup today, which should show you more of what I'm doing, but I've realized it's so precarious it wobbles at the sound of my voice. So hopefully it doesn't give anybody tiny bait motion sickness. And Shitaru, thank you for filling the pint glass. If you are going to be doing like a little craft along with me, let me know. Post pictures in No Grey November. Like, let's do this. Though I do feel like base coating does technically take it off the no grey agenda. Just saying. And I will say, the more I look at the slap chop method, the more I'm like, kind of wish I'd had that when I was a kid. But the thing is, with the Gundams, there's no slap chop because, I don't know, you don't have to paint model kits for them to be finished, right? The great thing about Gundam is that, like, the model is done when you say it's done, alright? Like, this big bastard here, the full armor, I need to work out how to rejig the joints, because I'm fucking done doing thermal covers. Never again. I lost my fucking temper with it, and now I need a way to structurally hold, like, a certain armor joints in place. But I've got some of the, like, green stuff putty, so that's what I'm thinking. But it just requires a bit more technical brain knowledge. So. Ooh. No, Favor 6. That sounds feckin' cool. Is that the one you're working on today? Doing a little craft along with us? Because that would be awesome. As for what's going down, I can happily say, aside from today being a little bit no drama, no nonsense. Because again, anytime there's video game news on a Saturday, it's bad. And there was a little bit of stuff popping up last night, but thankfully none of it turned out to be really worrying. So like, Annapurna Interactive's person is rotating out to somebody else. People were a little worried that meant that Annapurna was going to be sunsetting Annapurna Interactive. They're not, don't worry. There was a few talks about more layoffs, but again, until we can confirm, there's no point worrying about stuff that we can't change before we know whether or not it's actually happened, right? And honestly, like, an announcement going out like late Friday night for multiple studios simultaneously, like, I don't see it. I'm not saying that people aren't having a shitey time, just that that kind of stuff, they usually do it on a Monday or Friday morning. But sorry, I went to space for a second there. But yeah, I hope you're all doing splendid. Apologies to those who were hanging out in Discord last night. I didn't come by. Like, I am so exhausted these days. And I'm hoping it's just like post-plague fatigue. But let me tell you, looking after the chuckle fucks, that's what we call the dogs when they're being terrors, is more exhausting than doing packs. So and yeah, no, Favor 6. That is true, but we're essentially in the turning point of the year, right? In the sense that everybody that's needed to do layoffs, or the wanky companies that did layoffs just because, boo-hoo, we're not making as much all the money as we made last year. Fucking cunts. Oh, sorry. Wow, I'm starting off strong today. But that's all kind of come to a conclusion. At this point, like, everybody knows whether they have funding or not. They know what the rest of the year is going to look like. Like, this is... Like, now summer is coming to a close. We're shifting into the busy period, right? And everybody's already had their do-or-die moments. So it'd be weird for a big round of layoffs now. You know? You get a lot of them, like, around, like, beginning of the year, usually around about, like, April, May time as well. Because, as someone was saying, like, E3 be dead. And E3 served two functions. One, to be a big journalistic carnival, and the other to be the place where people sign the deals that they proposed at GDC. That's now dead, and it seems like Gamescom's kind of become that now. So, like, you know, if we're doing business at GDC, and then we go to Gamescom, Indiana Jones style, and then it's like, business! Shake hands. Super business! That's how you know I know a lot about games industry biz dev, is because I do the business gun fingers. It's a key I will say, after Sea of Thieves last night, Nick and I just had a therapeutic bitch session about games industry stuff. And it was very good. I'm feeling lighter today. I don't want to go into it just because, well, none of it was like NDA. It's real bitchy. But suffice it to say, beware white men on the internet who speak with absolute authority about video games. It is always okay to ask questions and sometimes just straight up challenge, as often the people with the largest audience know the least. And that's as far as I want to really go into it. You know, there's a few of my industry friendos who've been having to refute some really bad advice that's been doing the rounds. So, for example, one that was doing the rounds this morning was, don't do stand-ups. Don't do stand-ups in the morning. And that's very bad advice. Even if you're not doing a scrum, even if you're completely siloed and whatnot, having everybody share back and forth what they're working on, where they're at, helps make a cohesive team. Like, scrum only sucks when you're doing, like, constant 2-week sprints. Like, and numbers, water and welcome, friend. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry. Yeah, Dinobot's having a lie-in this morning. And honestly, I need a bit more coffee before I'm really ready for everyone, as we've got a lot of painting to do today. Also, check out me hook! I paid for this. This is my little splurge. It's a little like painting thingy me bob, so I can not give myself monstrous hand cramps. It struck me though, after I pushed go live, I should really consider getting some of the matte black nail varnish for when we're doing this, so that whatever paint gets on my nails, I can then top coat it afterwards and give it like a art house vibe. Hey, Dustin, lurk away, friend, lurk away. But yeah, I considered making like a little TikTok about, you know, beware white men who speak with absolute authority. And I was like, you know what? Like, you all not know this, and all it's going to do is piss off the worst people and then fill my mentions for like 2 weeks. Or no one watches it. Favorite sticks, thank you. Summertime Rendering is the one that was in Disney jail for ages, right? Numbers? With the loopy loop? Because if so, yes. I watched that one, and I also watched the one with the impossible fucking name to remember. That was really fucking good. Yeah. A gorgeous post-apocalyptic show. But they kept the Japanese name. The Japanese name's very complex. It's very hard to remember. Ah, Wolfcrad, I'm so sorry, friend. What? Okay, so Wolfcrad, what actions cause like carpal tunnel RSI flare-ups for you? Because maybe I can think of some games that might be like good and relaxing, but that don't tax your hands. Because, I mean, I don't know if you remember when, what was it, Hyper Demon came out. Was it Hyper Demon? Yeah, so we were doing Neon White, Hyper Demon, and I was getting super into Sniper Elite 5, and just fuck my wrists. Comedy suggestion, Snake Pass. Yes, if you want to make it so much worse. Unfortunately, despite my attempts, the Gandhi method does not work when it comes to injuries. You can't injure yourself so hard that you snap back around to being healed. Believe me, I've tried.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online.
My glorious cult leader was Hope. Viking 64 Cat Heart. How did the cult leader seminar go? I missed the post-event catch-up. Why do I do this, you may ask? Because I bloody hell can.
You know what? I couldn't stop you if I tried. The thing is, it's not a cult, but I keep doing things that make it worse. Like at PAX, after the panel, I was knighted in a ceremony as Sir Tepig by the criminals. It was a lot. It was a lot. Wolfcred.
Oh yeah, how was the cult leader seminar?
It's not a cult. But the panel went great, thank you for asking. Also, Dom, I hope you're doing okay. Not to vague book around everybody else, but I was hanging out with C222 at PAX, which was really cool. We got to hang out and chat, and really, I guess this is relevant to you. And since Mum and Dad have split up, Dad's gotten weird, and we're worried. C222 told me what happened with you, and I was like, no. It's like, no. Grassroots and renaming a PAX to Cult Leader Seminar. And hey, Wolfcrad, like, just obviously get some wrist braces as well. And going on like an anime TV binge to help your wrists like heal is not a bad shout. And honestly, like, it did take a few months, no lie, but it's been fine. And I've been able to start playing, what's it? Not Hyper Demon, Ultra Kill. And I'm having a great time with that one. I'm now a lot more aware of when my hands start being like, oi, fucko, no more FPSs.
Reminder, Will is not the cult leader, he is the figurehead. If the longship were a real ship, he would be tied to the front while Chat steers.
Our flag means numpty. But Favor 6, thank you for the bits. Numbers as well, that's $5 in bits, friend. Favor 6, that's $2. Like, the other thing I was talking to Nick about last night is it's really hard not to get super feelsy this year with everybody. And it's the same thing I've told you about, which is it's mind-boggling that the longship is still going. And like, I'm trying. Yeah. Thank you. That is what I'm trying to say. God. To think that one day there'll be a longship member that doesn't know I broke my hand being a dingus. But Wolfgrad, like, if you find yourself wanting to be gaming and want some recommendations for games that you can either play with a brace, like, there's a lot of mouse games that work pretty well for that one, or it really depends on your hands. Some people can play typing-only games with their hands in a brace and it doesn't flare up RSI and stuff. Yeah, Dom, I understand we can't, like, talk, but just love to you both. I'm worried about Dad. Mam seems to be doing fine. They're like my streaming parents. And I don't think I want to go stay around Dad's house anymore. He's gotten weird. Tilly, we're like, it's been rough. But on the other hand, if you want to come to the wedding, there's space. Tilly, would that I could, friend. Would that I could. But I will be toasting to you both from over here. You know, you can do what some friends of ours did and just, like, get, like, an iPad or something and just pop it up. And, like, have, like, a little private stream link or something. Like a Zoom call. For Sean and Tia, their main wedding was in Hawaii, and I don't have Hawaii money. So they just had a little stream, and we're all just sitting around drinking cheap champers, being like, hey! I did not dress up. Well, yeah, but numbers, we don't want to go into the deets of it, because we love them both, and they're going through a hard time, and yeah, you know us. We're not in the business of drama. We're just worried about homies. No, and I understand you asking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to vague book at you all. Anyway, today is a day for painting, for crafting and whatnot. Gonna need to get myself. Dom, thank you. Right, that means a lot. That means a lot. At this point, though, I think I'm gonna have to yell at Dinobot. One of those days where it's just been overwhelmed. Sorry, I'm just letting the rest of the Longship know. Oh, it's not till May 2026. Oh, well, there we go. I can have a Beverly Hillbillies moment. Accidentally stumble upon a vein of gold or something. It can happen. Okay, so I've let the rest of the Longship know, so they should be pottering in. So again, are any of you, aside from Favor 6, joining me for the Crafternoon? Oh, Tilly, yeah, that sounds feckin' great. So worst case, I can just get like day drunk, celebrating and cheersing to you all. I might even put pants on. Like, that's how seriously I'm taking this. J-Post, what and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. I should start getting all that. Very doubtful. Permission granted. Come aboard, friends. Come aboard. I don't know why I'm doing the Billy Butcher voice again. Diabolical. You okay, Amos? No, poor boy. It's okay. Get comfy. Amos is having a hard time at the moment, so I'm just loving on him a little. You're okay. He was really well behaved over PAX while we were away, but since he has been glued to either me or Fiona, we're not allowed out of, like, direct light. Did I say Vanderbeest when I meant very doubtful guest? Did I do that? Very doubtful. The idea of a pop-up leather BDSM tent amuses me greatly. Like, oh, Martha, I do believe it's rather sunny outside. Should we go for a spot of bondage? I'll bring the tent.
Out of date when I went shopping. Guess I'll have to try another time.
It's so weird, puns. I slipped the surgeon an extra 50 to remove your ability to pun. And I guess they just took the money and ran. I can't believe they did this. Scammed me out of 50 bucks. Puns, thank you kindly. And how are you healing, friend? They only made it better. Oh, I must not have specified. They probably thought I meant give more puns. It's an extra little, like, organ that you have kind of under your lung. Not a lot of people know that. J-Po says, any special kits I should look for at the Gundam base? Yes.
They added the humorous.
Ha! Let me pro. Okay, so Gundam base mobile tour. Okay. Yeah, so next month is the Gundam mobile base coming along. So some of the things that you'll be able to get at the Gundam base exclusively. So you've got the recolors and some of the rare Japan only stuff. So like the Gundam Unicorn, but in blue. I forget what the blue color is in Mountain Dew, but that's probably the one I'm definitely going to try and get. Also, all of the clear color stuff, which, like, love them or loathe them. And there's a few of the Haro Mechs as well. But, like, the iconic one is, like, the Mac Daddy, the Mac Daddy 78, but in Gundam-based colors. Oh, you meant in Tokyo. Shit, are you heading out there? I believe the ones you'll be able to get in Tokyo that I remember, I'd have to ask Eric because he was the last person I know who went out there, were the ones based on the Yokohama plant, the old moving one. They made special Gundams and Gundam sets alongside that, and it was real cool. Shitaru, thank you for filling the pint glass. And puns. Well played. And friends, I've still not been able to track down why the alerts are super quiet. And I'm going to be bearing a grudge against that fucking game for ages. I think somehow it didn't make the alerts quieter. It made everything else louder. And that's going to be a hard fucking fix. So I'm not looking forward to it. And limitedly, indeed. Lunchtime doubly so. And Judica, Watto, and welcome. But, yeah, J-Post. There's a ton of stuff in the main Gundam buildings. One thing I would say, though, J-Post, is depending on when you're going, do check opening hours. Because over the summer, I don't know if it was in relation to like an exclusive kit or just summer holidays in Japan, but they did a fucking lottery to see who would be allowed in the store. Because the crowds were getting so bad. So, just research the shit out of it. Have a plan if you can't get in that day, right? Because, like, the Gundam Center Tokyo is in the heart of Tokyo. There's also a gigantic transforming Gundam Unicorn you can go hang out with. I'd like to point out that several friends have been over to see it, and none of them stole me a fucking Gundam. So, if you just wanted proof that Eric doesn't love me. And Judica, aside from audio issues, I'm doing real good. Like, I'm looking forward to today. I still can't believe that Catalyst gave us the mechs that we're going to be painting today. Like, I'm still kind of a bit mind-boggled, but I've been so busy, I haven't had the chance to either squee or have imposter syndrome. Like, this is going to be my first time painting Battletech minis in just shy of, like, 2 decades. Maybe longer. Fuck. Okay, so J-Post is flying out in 3 weeks. Alright. Yeah, so just check and make sure. Don't worry about the Tepping kits, because we can get those over here. And one thing that...
Got a note about how well I parked today. It said fine.
Yeah, that's a good ranking. That's a Class C license. Time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? Sorry. Ehrman, fucking thank you. That's $15 and bits. You get it. Thank you. To those of you who have just joined us, it is Saturday Crafternoon. I'm be painting Battletech minis and faffing about with games. I should probably start getting my shit together. I'll tell you what, we'll give it another 15 minutes before I start, like, painting proper. Like, I've got a fucking Target bag These are where all my paints were from moving. And so many of them are just solid now. A few of them, it's not too bad, but... Although I gotta admit, I've got some pearlescent stuff. Again, it's supposed to be airbrush paint, but fuck it, we'll just water it down, right? A classic red. But like, the classic red, like, this definitely needs a shaky. So I'm busting out the old Vortex Mixer. Which does look like a sex toy, but it's not. Well, not intended.
Hey, you will haven't thrown new bits in a while, but I have someone's ATM, so I'm hero share smile. Thank you for being a bright spot in my online experiences. Many thanks and much love. Less than 3.
Dandelion, it is an honor and a privilege. I love doing this, and if I make even one person's day just a little bit better, fucking quid's in, right? Like, that's what it's about. You know, that's what it's about. So, thank you. And I'm doing thank you for $10, you fucking legend. Because it turns out I quite like eating.
It's close to the spooky season, so get out those oranges and maroons so you can paint the town dread.
Ooh, I'll see if I've got a good... I might have an obnoxiously bright orange. Because, okay, here's the thing I was talking about. Let me just natter while I'm just getting set up, right? And it's... One of the things I mentioned is that, like, Battletech's kind of halfway between 40k and Gundam. Because the mechs are denoted not by their paint scheme, but by their chassis. You paint them to denote, like, what faction they belong to. Alright, you know what? Let's just get the whole ass box down here. If we're gonna be moving this in. I don't need my tools. I'm gonna need water paint. So I'm not too intimidated doing the battle mechs like I am doing like 40k stuff. Okay. Oh, these are the ones I'm going to be using predominantly for today's experimentation. So you can see the battle mechs kicking in the middle there, and then these suckers. But all right, this I am super proud of, and I'm going to be messing with this today. Check it out. It's a 2 base coat fade. Because my little can of black primer was starting to like run dry, and I was like, I don't really want to bust open the gigantic Citadel Miniatures one I've got, so I just decided to like mix and match it, and it came out really good. And so like, how's that going to affect how it gets painted? Can't wait to find out. The Farbles. Which faction is my preference? In Battletech? It's a tricky question, because obviously I love the history and into politics of, like, Inner Sphere. However, I've always been a fan of the Timberwolf. I know. It's like being a fan of Ultramarines in 40k, but I just fucking love those Mad Cats. So, I don't know. I love... I mean, it's going to be Smoke Jaguar if we're picking any of the Battletech factions, but that's not what we're doing. We're just going to be painting these as we feel. Plus, I've got tiny little pirate stickers left over from when we did the Red's ship. Shanks' ship from One Piece. Why do I call him Red? Yeah, okay, well, Judica, let me switch to Gundam camera so y'all can see a little bit. Wow. Oh wow. Oh, that is bad. Okay, bear with me just a second. Oh, it's so shaky. I hope that's not too bad, friends. Hang on, I better change something. There we go. just to adjust the exposure. So, comparably, the details are kind of similar. Now, I don't have a 40k miniature, but I do have. Hang on, let me twist him upside down. Okay. So this is the Thor or the Summoner, depending on your. Well, okay, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Trying to get a really good angle for the details. And this little Mother Hubbard is one of the Age of Sigmar warriors that we were given. Now again, not a 40k miniature, but definitely like new school Games Workshop. And alright, we're just having bad camera day. Alright, I love this for us. Okay, you're just gonna have to trust me on this one. So the details on both are quite... I'm looking in the wrong place. The details on both are quite pronounced, right? But with this, so long as you're predominantly doing like dry brushing and only little details, it slaps because of the scale style. Whereas this is a whole little guy. And so it is possible to paint his face wrong, or to get the details in his armor a bit weird. It's a little bit more intimidating. Now, again, I should be preaching, just paint it how you want. You can always get better, and if you don't like it, paint strip it, start again. Like, you can... Yeah, I should probably put all my my cute little sponsor stuff. Yeah. Like, none of this is permanent, none of this is final. But, as I said, I've got... I've also got Gundam pieces that I've base coated in the same base coat, so I'll be using them to practice, like, as we're going. Like, making sure I get it right, and, you know, whatever that Gundam ends up looking like afterwards is fucking brilliant. And I've still got a bunch of leftover hexagons from when I did the submarine mech. So what I might do is put some hexagons on there, so when we're fucking about, we can have like a little experiment. So that's my plan for today. I've got my lance. I've got my Gundam pieces for practice. Oh yeah, and I also, as I said, I base coated a couple of them in white. And these ones, if I wanna, I can just do like a wash. And once that's dried, then start doing details. Whereas with these, if I want to do anything like that, I should definitely dry brush them first. Give it that like metallic pop. And the only metallic paint I've got so far is a... from the Citadel line is like a brass, and I don't think that's going to fit. But from my collection, well, there's a fucking load of them. Lagmeister, we can do whatever we want. But see, that's a very, very good example of why, at least with certain kinds of miniature painting, I find it a little bit more intimidating than just doing Gundams. Because you can be wrong, right? And honestly, with the Stormcat, why would you put anything except for a fucking PVC on there? Like, don't get me wrong, I love anything with an AC-20, but... Okay, Flagmeister, you're not wrong. The red ones do go faster. So this is what we're going to be doing. A little bit of practice here, a little bit of cheeky washing and whatnot. I do have... Is this my shade? So I do have a shade, like an ink wash ready to go. Again, here's the thing. I also like painting mechs to make them look like they just came out of a fucking art exhibit or a off-the-show floor. Wet paint! Oh, perfect timing, friend. I got a bunch of mechs, I'm gonna paint them! I hope you all are prepared for the fact that when MechWarrior 5 Clan Wars drops, I'm going to be insufferably obsessed. Hang on. I just realised I also have to tell the world that we're doing this. So let's get some cheeky photos of these mechs. Come on. And you lot, don't do any bunny ears or anything in the background, otherwise, you know how Battletechs get embarrassed real quick. I do like how the 7-Eleven Gundam's in the background. That makes me very happy.
I recently saw an ad that some agency was looking for models, but when I showed up they clearly weren't impressed by my Gundam collection.
Yeah, it said models wanted. I bought in 17 trains. No one would speak to me. What the fuck? And Wolfcred, thank you for 1,000. So, okay. You know, if we're doing this, I forget if there's... Is it crafting? What in the bloody hell am I supposed to put this on as Twitch? Is it like making and crafting? Makers and crafting. There we go. I'm doing that on purpose. Because I realised that...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, so someone here decided to gift a sub to the game, which I have just lost. For that person, I have a special personalised message that I believe really conveys that... that message... Fucking terror. Fucking terrors. So help me in my gigantic dashi. Okay. I also just realised my phone was on there, so... Okay. Do-do-do-do, 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 do-do-do-do-do. Alright, so what do we need before we can get started? We need paint pot and tunes. And I should probably tell the whole bloody world what we're up to. I'm kind of digging the smooth vibes today. I think that's why I'm going to keep it. There we go. And you're right, yes. The credits have now become a trap. I'm going to end up fucking jump scare surprised. Okay. One of these is already open. There we go. One thing I did see is one of the Gundam peeps I follow, using these little tins, takes the Gundam pens, gets a bunch of the ink from that, and uses that for dry brushing. I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of tempted to try that with these Battletechs. Judica, when am I not jump scared by the credits? I don't know, when we have a quiet fucking day. It happens sometimes. Alright. Alright. Let's get a paint cup going. Somehow. Fuck. I'll tell you what, I'm using my little sake sumo. I need to put these pieces in the baggie somewhere. I'll sort that later. Because the chances of me drinking from this are less. But don't know if you'll want to do the over and under on, and then Will causes problems.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. All systems nominal.
What hope? We interrupt this craft stream for an important subiversary alert.
Oh my word. Wait, is that part of the local weather subiversary alert? Of sub NORAD giving it... Okay, the joke got away from me immediately. No one stopped me. Look, friends, I feel I have not been doing a good job saying thank yous, especially when it comes to subs, because my little brain just kind of short circuits at anything after about 24. Like, what is 71 months in years? Spoiler, it's a lot. So, seriously, Not just to Wraith, to all of you. Fucking thank you. And Wolfcrad and everybody throwing in bits. Like, that's how I stay alive. Thank you. You all good, baby boy? You all good down there? Got me paintbrushes. 5.83 recurring years. And the 0.3 recurring years is one of my favourite times of year. Oh, Wraith, I'm just going to start bleeding from the nose. Like, if we make it to 100 months, I'm just going to start bleeding. Oh, and to Very Doubtful. So, just while I get this filled with water and we start getting set up. So, the thing you were asking about, I don't know if you've seen this. Hang on, let me turn this off for a second. So this was a gift from Camille, and it is a biker jacket that's Longship themed. You can't see it, but all of these are Norse runes. And they even gave me a translation guide, so it doesn't say naughty words. And on the back, check it out. It's not a cult, see? It's not a cult. And apparently FH stands for figurehead. Yeah. The thing is, it's been so fucking hot, I have not had the opportunity to wear it all ruddy summer, so... Back to the Gundams. Back to the Gundams. What the fuck was I doing? Okay, so I need to plug in I need water, plug in the paint mixer. Does anyone want a cup of tea, cup of coffee? Actually, you know what? I'm fine for coffee at the moment. I might get one in a little bit. I don't want to be away too much. Oh, thank you. And Very Doubtful, I had the same math conclusion. I'm glad we did, like, confirming my findings out. Although the idea of a specific BDSM tent amuses me greatly. As if you couldn't turn any tent into one. Verdun, I've got... What have I got in the fridge? OJ, sake, milk of questionable length, and regular water in a metal water bottle. Okie dokie. Wow. Okay. And I also need to tell people.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey, Hindle. How are you doing, friend? I was just about to get down to some painting and just get some water and whatnot. And yeah, Jamami, I did a special post just to make sure. Oh. But no, Hindle, like, thank you for 71 months. I was just talking about how that number kind of breaks my brain. How are you doing? Oh, yeah. Sorry, Significant was saying they got an electrolyte drink because they've got one of those, like, hangovers even though you didn't drink too much. Yeah, basically, like a combination of, like, sleep deprivation and dehydration. You get all of the downsides of a hangover and on the good sides. Oh, what, Hindle? Have a lovely night with D&D and thank you for popping in. And hey, numbers. There's always time for Funny Number Month the 2nd. I just have to survive for another hard sly of 100 months. Don't even worry about it. You're doing way too much math at me. And Baron, good to see you, friend. Watto and welcome. Yeah, I'm supposed to go see Sum 41 tonight, and I am afraid. But also, sorry, one of the things from yesterday. Hey, Amos, don't chew your pawsies. Hey. But leave it alone, mate. I know. That hurt. Fuck. One of the things from last night was one of Longship being like, Have you ever heard of a West Marches campaign and just like me flicking my hair and being like, let me tell you about Oak Hollow, and then being like, we should do one, and I'm just like, you don't even know about the League. Also, I think it's one of those things to get started on once the winter starts rolling in a bit more. Yeah, exactly, significant. Although, never believe anybody who tells you they don't get hangovers. They can, they just haven't drunk enough. Sensible drinking is a good thing, and I support it,
Do you think
but...
Twitch will be around that long?
You know what, Numbers? Will Twitch be around for 14 years? Fuck. On the one hand, I don't know what it'd look like in 14 years. On the other, I hope so, because all of the alternatives suck. I don't want to have to make all of you do a Patreon to keep me alive and... Yeah, 14 more years. Oh yeah, but... Amos, leave it alone, buddy. Hey, Amos, leave it alone, buddy. I know you're having a hard time. It's okay. Alright. Let me get some water, and then let's get started. Actually, where are pig bottles? Sorry, I might get just like a little extra water for mixing that isn't just cleaning. Sorry about this. I know, super exciting, action-packed streams with Will Overguard. What's he doing? He's filling a bottle with water! Why is he doing that? Because he's got it! Okay. But I got these little, sorry, I should put it here. Got these little paint bottles, and these are fucking great for, like, if you want to do a lot of airbrushing in a very specific color that you're mixing, get these little fuckers. So good. And it's just ball bearing, water pot, jobs are good. I just need something to mix it because should we do dry brushing first or should we do wash first? Decisions. Well, let me get the water first. Oh yeah, Judica. I'd heard that as well. I should have, like, I never really wanted to do a Patreon, but if I was going to, I should have made an account back when you could still get grandfathered in. Does Ko-Fi do, like, subscriptions, or is that just good for, like, straight donations? Hang on, let me get the water. Amos, you're okay, buddy. I know you're having a hard time. Just giving him a little treat because he's got maximum sad face. Okay. Let's get cracking. Oh, okay. Actually, let's tell the world that we're painting mechs. So, I've been watching a few tutorials just to refresh myself on how to paint battle mechs. Predominantly, the two styles seem to be like good base coat, give it a wash, do the details. Or good base coat, dry brush, then go from there. God, it was so funny. It was when I was trying to base coat the dashi. The model is so heavy, I couldn't fit it onto any of my little like paint sticks. So, did not go as planned. Let's tell the internet. Today, as my actual day job, I will be painting these cheeky little mechs. which were kindly given to me by Catalyst Games. So Baron, when you say off to get stabbed by groceries, sorry if you've already left, but do you mean getting shanked in the process of acquiring a tomato, or like tattoo first, groceries after? Because yeah, Verdant, I'm like, I hope your stabbing goes well. I hope the stabbing is good? Question mark? Okay. Which photo is better? Oh, COVID booster, then groceries. Okay. Well, good on you, friend. Good on you. No, you're okay, baby boy. Forgive me for being a massive shill and telling people online, but I need to get better about telling the internet that we are doing a thing. Catalyst. How do I fucking spell catalyst then? Why is there a fucking Y in it? That's really weird. The Catalyst Game Labs, there we go. I super spelt it wrong, so I'm just going to apologise for that later. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Alright. That's enough. That's enough self-promotion. I'm dropping everything! God darn it. Okay, so before we get started, I got my little Battletech cards here. So we got a a Dashi, Direwolf A. Now, I can't remember if the Dashi name is similar to the Mad Cat. Here's a little fact for you that nobody asked me to give them. The Mad Cat, the iconic clan mech, the name is actually the Timberwolf. But when the clans first attacked, the Inner Sphere targeting computers went, "Oh fuck, what's that?" And it had a little short circuit. So it thought it was a cross between the Marauder and the Catapult. So I just went, Mad Cat! So we've got that. We've got Mistlink. We've got our Stormcrow. We've got Shadowcat. Summoner A, aka Thor. And that's our little squad. Now these would be for like the tabletop battle. You'll notice that I will not be painting them as they should be. But I do like that they have the different variants on either side. To be fair, I have not played Catalyst Games' Battletech setup, and I'd be interested to at some point. You know, I've heard that combined with the tabletop RP stuff, it can be really fun. So. Where the fuck do we start? I mean, you're saying go for like an orange or a red. We could start with that. Because these are all water-based. I know this is not their intention, but fuck it. Who's gonna stop us? Pain police? They don't know where I am. They don't know what I'm about. They can't do shit. And I don't know. We'll start with this little cheeky chappy. And Vernflow, it is the irony that the Mad Cat is one of the most powerful battle mechs in all of Battletech, and is named after the company made famous for making cheap controllers. So wild. Air Dragon, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But then again, let's go into Will's bag of goodies. Alright. I do have this upsettingly violent orange. It's so bright, it's breaking the fucking camera. Like, this is some Dayglow type shit. I've got a couple of pearlescents. And again, these are supposed to be sprayed, but fuck it. They're not my dad. They can't stop me. Then we've got... Oh yeah, we've got Army Painter Red, which will probably be way better once I give it a little mix. Got some... Ooh, Plate Mail Metal. Cool. I'm only using these ones because they're water-based. I have really good metallic paints, but those ones are predominantly fancy-based. The other thing. The thing where I need to wear my gas mask if we're doing it. Also, to those of you that do paint minis, when did the Army Painter paints stop being like the budget option and start being like the go-to selection? Because like when I was a youngling, the Army Painter sets were the ones that your nan got you because you were painting some Space Marines. Just like, oh, little Timmy, he fucking loves them Space Marines, he does. You know, if we're going pearlized, let's go purple. Got so many fucking fun colours here. This camera's in a super weird angle. I realise you just get a load of my mouse. So I can... We'll pop these lands over here. One whole unit. See what I did there? I'll put these paints over here, so at least you can see what madness I'm considering. But yeah, so like at some point, the Army Painter stuff, this brand, became like the go-to, because I swear, every tutorial I looked at, it was them. And honestly, all of their stuff I've used has been fucking good. Air Dragon, go get it! Like, let's do a craft along. I have nowhere else to be today, friends, except for here, painting these, hanging out with you lot. Except later on this evening, where I might be going to see Sum 41. That's not the point. Okay. Whilst we're having a little natter, I just want to prime a couple of these. Oh, where are my tweezers? Oh, they're in here, aren't they? Alright, bear with me a sec. I'm going to put a few masking slots on the Gundam I'm going to be painting today, just to give it some... Please don't stab me! You're in here. Fucking tweezers! No, I don't need the reversey Percy ones. I need the good ones. Not a lot of people know that one of the core parts about both building Gundams and making models is the increasingly weird noises that you make as you're trying to find things in your fucking kit box. There we go. Tweezers. Now, if any of you want to put the over and under on how long it'll take me to stab myself in the hand with those tweezers, place bets now. There will be no refunds. But yeah, one other technique, as I was saying earlier, I want to try today, is using the Gundam pens as a sort of, what's the term? As like a sort of like inkwell. Because as I said, I saw one of the guys online who does a lot of Gundam painting stuff doing that, and I was like, fuck, that's really smart. And hey, C222, how are you doing, friend? I was just talking about you. I was just saying, oh, I can't believe I hung out with that bellend at the PAX. Oh, what a time. And yo, if you can get these aren't really good for Warhammer or for Battletech. We'll just say Battletech for today. But these are so good. Because it's just a hex cut setup. And you can put so many different little patterns on. Fucking great. Hey, fucking come here. This is the reason why I didn't make myself any more coffee. Because I'm already fucking up. I have just talked you up. And now you're not letting me pick you up. It's fucking hate crime. There we go. Bigging you up. What do? Throw me away. But here's the thing, if we put this hex pattern on the pieces we're using for experimentation paint today, it'll give it this like intentional look, even though really all I'm doing is fucking about and trying to remember how to paint shit. Okay. Alright, so we're going to start with this little cheeky chappy. I'm going to do like a light watery paint. Oh, what's your fucking name again? You're the guy who's the mech I always forget. It's the... It's the Will's lost his credibility. Mistlings. Or as I like to call it, the boy I wish I'd spent those few tons on something else. It's a scout mech with inferiority problems. Oh, that works really good. I can put that down there and you can be like, oh look what Will's painting! One of the belliest of ends over here. Love it. Okay, so here are our choices. So for this little guy, we can do red, fuck you level orange, or purple. We can do the purples. We're not going to be dry brushing him. We'll be dry brushing probably the dashi, just doing like a silver dry brush and then going from there. Reminds me, Fiona stole one of my pens, one of my brushes. Theft! Alright, we are definitely not dry brushing because this brush is not ready. So Air Dragon's been meaning to paint a gladiator for years. Let's have a look. And look at that cheeky chappy! He is OG! Oh, there we go. See? And now we're doing a paint along. We're like little painting desperados. DJ Coyle says the scout should be shoot me orange. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. As I said, this is all water-based stuff. Except for I haven't taken that fucking cap off.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online.
How you doing, friend? OSHA compliant orange. Technically, me too. I haven't plugged up the paint mixer. Honestly, I don't think I can be fucked to do so. That seems like a lot of work. So, ball bearings! Putting a ball in bearing. I just said, out loud, with my people face, putting the ball in bearing. What is wrong with me these days? But basically, these little ones, they really help with shaking it up, and especially if you're using like a paint mixer. Again, you all probably know this or knew this long before me. So. There we go. The fear that this will explode. Well, that's some really interesting face paint you went for the gig tonight. Yes, intentionally. Hey, buddy, you wanna actually? Wow, that is thick. This is why we're gonna be adding water. All right, let's test out this fuck you yellow. That's fuck you orange. So first up, we're just using our Gundam as a base coat test.
Got my recycling bin back. Now I can perform the Captain Planet ritual again.
Okay, this is going to work great. This is going to work great with the mini we have here. The Gundam isn't enjoying it. I have definitely overwatered it for a Gundam. It's fine. So it's been a long time since I've done this, so I don't want to say any of this with any kind of authority. Washes are great for tiny minis. See, with this guy, this is going to come out look... Oh, of course it's rebelling again. One of these days I'll get a very good setup to show you my painting, but with here you can clearly see every single brush stroke I've taken. Which is, again, fine. Can smear it over. You know what? Fuck it. In for a penny. In for a fucked up decision that Will's made. But we can kind of slapdash it because while it does not look good on the Gundam, once the whole thing is dried and we pull the hex camo off, you know, it'll make the rest of it look like it's actually supposed to be there. So I'm just being fucking liberal with this nonsense. You want to see every brush stroke? You want to see this chaos? This child's toy of a painting technique I have... Oh god, it looks terrible. But, if we apply this same watered down paint to our little guy, he's gonna look fucking great. Start with his booty. He's just getting the full. He's just getting the full orangey detail. Oh, and if you have any questions or anything, friends, just fucking ask. You know, it's been so long since I've had a painting session like this that feels good to be making a mess. You know, and also considering that I've been the one preaching about like. Paint it any which way you like. It's nice to fucking practice what I preach. Hang the fuck on. Hang the fuck on. I literally spent cash money dollars on this fucking handle and I'm sitting next to it painting. So curious, what are the Gundam markers for? You can use the Gundam markers for a lot of different things. Some people use them for little like detailed touch-ups if things have gone a little bit sideways. Some people use them for doing like full-on paint jobs. Like, props to them. I couldn't fucking do that, but props to them. But one technique that I want to try today, once we've been doing this for long enough, I want to try using them for like dry brushing and whatnot. Look at that! Now my little guy's got a little setup. Alright, let the orange brushing continue. Yeah. Right now, friends, as I said, this is closer to a wash than anything else. But it means that we can get messy with it. I don't know, I'm not fucking Neil Buchanan here of painting robots. But because we got the base coat real nice, it's saving me so much time. Oh no! Significant figures. I'm so sorry, friend. I hope it's not like Bad News Bears levels of medication that missed the mark. But glad I didn't break your keyboard. One bit, sorry, I thought I'd put in too much paint. I realised it's just the shadow of this tiny meat hook. Fucking love this. And Tanari Wow, what unwelcome. Guess who's painting giant robots that are actually tiny? We decided our scout mech was going to be OSHA Violation Orange. The OSHA Violator. That's a great name for a mech. So, how you doing? Tell me your tales. And again, to those of you who just joined us, the people over at Catless Games did give me these mechs to paint for you all. And I am still not comprehending how fucking cool that is. These are the same people that gave me a Steiner Stein last year. And I was absolutely not cool about it in the slightest. Like, it was a full-on squee moment. The OSHA Violator. Safety is a 4-letter word. Kablam! Actually, so Air Dragon, I've not checked on the status of the Forgotten Mechs. I do know that Harmony Gold's been less of a dick recently, which is why we got the cinematic reshowings of like Macross Plus and stuff. Does anyone need me to go over the hidden mechs and the whole legal nonsense with Harmony Gold? Because I'll talk about it, but sometimes I feel like the old pisshead in the bar being like, back in my day they were at war with each other. An Exo Squad was uphill both ways. Oh, you're okay, Amos. Amos, you're okay, baby boy. Poor lad. He's having a very hard time of it at the moment. Oh, and Tenari Wow's playing the horses again tomorrow. Lovely, lovely. Listening to my dulcet tones to sleep. Well, then let me tell you about the legal battles between Harmony Gold and FASA Corporation. A bedtime story by Will. Once upon a time, there was a company called Harmony Gold, and they fucking sucked. Having gotten the original licenses to a bunch of anime, they did the Power Rangers maneuver before the Power Rangers maneuver and duct taped them all together. thank you, Amos, to make a show that would become known to the world as Robotech. They distributed this show similar to things like, you know, Samurai Pizza Cats and Speed Racer and things of its ilk. And the show did fine in America. It was a kids show with 3 different anime bolted together to form a very strange plotline. But, like, you know, it had transforming flying giant robots in, and everybody loved it. However, this would not be the last... Sorry, I'm trying to structure this like a children's story and I'm falling apart. But the TLDR was that they weren't the only people trying to license stuff from Macross. Other people that licensed stuff from Macross would include Transformers and Fascicorp, the creators of Battletech. Anyway, ultimately, Harmony Gold would switch to suing people for rights violations, and that's the next part of our story. See, there was this little show called Exo Squad, and it was during the whole Life Toyetic phase, you know, where the goal was to sell kids toys, and so you'd make a cartoon and a comic. There was very much like a playbook of like, here's how you sell kids shit, right? And this show, if you've not seen it, it's actually incredibly good. Very dark. Kind of like a proto, you know, Battlestar Galactica sort. You know, humans made a race of genetically modified super slaves called the Neo-Sapiens, who rebel and gain their own freedom and then move to Mars. And the show takes place as the Neo-Sapiens are kind of launching their revenge. So, like, and this is a fucking kid show about dudes in power armor. But the TLDR of the story being this kind of, like, fascinating of, like, are we the baddies? Also, there's space pirates, don't worry about it. Anyway. Exo Squad did fine. But it wasn't doing what the kind of gangbuster numbers they'd hoped from, like, another toyetic show. So Harmony Gold and Playmates start scheming. And what they do is they start selling Robotech designed, Macross designs, under the label of Exo Squad to try and get more toys out there and maybe get some coverage. Ultimately, it wouldn't save Exo Squad because, you know, it was a very complicated show and it was, you know, the story was being shown out of order. It was a whole ass fucking thing, right? Let's get in these fucking nooks and crannies. Yes, I just said nooks and crannies. The OSHA violator isn't looking too bad, friends, I'll be honest with you. I almost get to the point where I can start doing like a second code. Remember, friends, thin your paints. It's the only thing I remember from playing Warhammer. The secret, thin your paints, use an ink wash. But yeah, so they put a bunch of these designs into the toy line for Exo Squad, which seems fine, right? Right? Wrong! One of the designs that also went into this toy line looked eerily similar to Fascicorp's iconic battle mech, the Mad Cat, my personal favourite. I've still got the images of the proposed toy. It never went to sale. So Fascicorp's like, oi, chucklefucks, that's our mech. Fascicorp starts saying, like, alright, legal time, let's go. So, this is where Harmony Gold starts to get their reputation as the villains, because it turns out that in OG Battletech, the OG these guys come from place, back in the day they had licensed a bunch of designs from who they thought were the rights holders to Macross. Turns out they weren't. But at this point, Harmony Gold were. So not only did Corp lose their suit about the mech designs that were being stolen, they then got countersued for use of Harmony Gold's property. These battle mechs that had been licensed like 1 million years ago. And Harmony Gold made bank on that one. Because again, friends, I'm sorry if you know this. This is just for framing. Like, Corp were huge at one point. Not just because of Battletech and Shadowrun, but like, they had gaming centers in most major cities. Like, physical locations with like, you know, these VR cockpits and stuff that you could go drive. As the OSHA violator's looking pretty good. Hang on, I've missed a few spots. I need to add a little bit more water though. Starting to get a little bit chunky. Alright. Also we need tunes. Mario. Oh, back here. But yeah, so Corp was fucking massive. You know, there was a time they could do no wrong. You know, unfortunately, like, home computers outpacing the arcades and things like that killed the kind of like the Battletech centers. Sorry, the FASA centers. And they couldn't make new kind of VR-styly games fast enough to keep up with, you know, the growing demand. One of the big selling points the Corp centers was you could play LAN matches against other people online. And that blew everybody away at the time. This little orange guy. Leave him to dry for a sec. I'm going to put a little bit more paint in for the Gundam shoulder, because I really hate the paintbrush style, but it'll be fine. Just a little bit thicker. Hey!
Give me a gold star. I deserve it for surviving a trip to Costco on the weekend in the afternoon.
Why? Who hurt you? You could have just not gone. I mean, congratulations on surviving that. That sounds like hell on earth. But, buddy, you're not dead. You don't deserve to go to hell. The hot dogs are good, but they're not that good. On a Saturday. Was it necessity or hubris that was your undoing? I'm never hand painting. No, I need to shush. I need to stop judging myself. It doesn't matter if it looks sketchy. It doesn't matter if this orange is so volatile that the camera can't handle it. It's not about that. It's about practice. We're getting back into it. And I love the idea that this mech has just one luminous shoulder. Put a couple of drops of water back in. Oh no! Oh, it's magnetic! Check this out. Boop! Whee! Whee! I am easily amused. Put a couple of splatters of water in here. That's too many splotches. Don't worry about it. Exactly. Practice makes perfect. And I gotta stop trying to be perfect each time. Yeah, Jamami, motherfucking magnets. How do they even work? Motherfucking miracles. Shit. Oh. God, I always have such complicated feelings about the ICP. I recently read that one of the lead singers, his Sprogler is a furry. So he got a custom fursuit made so he could go with her to a gig, kind of, you know, just to make sure she was okay. And I'm like, I don't know enough to know if that is a real story or otherwise. But either way, I love it. Okay. I'm either a genius or I'm massively fucked up.
Harder pick up some scripts from the chemist. And I may allegedly be dead, so how does survival fit in? Survival takes many forms, and making it back in one piece counts in my estimation.
As somebody who is chronically undead, I'm there with you, friend. I'm there with you. Okay. Have I fucked up? Only time will tell. But so help me if this isn't going to have the best mech booty. Okay. There's a distinct possibility I fucked up this poor little mech. And I may have to offer it a formal apology. The OSHA violator might have been itself the victim of a workplace accident. Okay, God, this handle is a fucking godsend. It's such a good purchase. Oh, we got to get right up into the grundle! How was your Saturday, Will? Oh, just grundle painting. Excuse me? Yeah, grundle painting. You fucking heard me. Okay. I'm making this actively worse. Some say you just gotta know when to quit. I, however, never learned such skills. But it doesn't look... Okay, again, because the orange is so volatile, can barely show you. It doesn't look awful. And again, the base coat definitely... the base coat definitely did its job. But now we're just going to see if I watered it down correctly, then the first coat worked, and the second coat would have served as kind of like a shading wash of the same violently fuck you orange. But there's also a distinct possibility that I've made it much worse. And that's okay. You don't know when to quit, says man, still continuing to make it worse. Alright. Okay. And I'm thinking we're gonna do the next one kind of in the red we were showing, that we're kind of messing with. All purple. Alright, what do you think, friends? I'm kind of feeling the purple over the red, if I'm being honest. Oh, Jamami, that sounds like fucking living. Alright, so we're going to leave the OSHA violator to have a little wet rest and a dry. You can hang out over here, buddy. And next up is our, I guess, soon to be purple fucking Stormcrow. Oh, you. Stop getting in me way. Alright. Look at that little guy. He's ready to go. Are you? Because here's the thing, I can use the Citadel Minis paints for more like of the detailed fine work. I should probably wash that out before it gets bad. Hang on. Bear with me just a second, friends. I'm just going to wash the paint out real quick before we start hitting the next one. I know. Clean as you go. But these are reusable, I want to keep them. You puppies okay? You puppies are good? I just realised that the vibe I'd love to go for while doing this is like a painting with Bob Ross, and what's coming off across is a Panic with Will Overguard. So, alright, I'm going to try this. Now this is a pearlescent. Now the thing about pearlescent paints is that the base coat changes it so drastically. Oh, okay, Margin Walker, sorry, jumping back to my previous story. So, What's-His-Face is very supportive of his daughter. That's fucking cool. And Bacon, I did not say thank you for those bits. I'm all over the place. What's up, baby boy? You come settle? You gonna come settle? Do I have to... Am I supposed to... Okay, if ever there was a time I had to get the wee lad out, now is it. Yeah. Sorry, friends. It's like we just got everybody together. Well, Wraith, that is a very good point. Though Fiona's mad because I called him PP Slider the other day instead of KK Slider, and I'm not allowed to do that anymore. Right. I think he's okay for the moment. If we're going to do it, we should do it before I get actually into the literal paint. Okay, well, I'm glad you're having a good time, Jamami. So with this one, I'm going to experiment with just, like, absolutely no... absolutely no watering down, some watering down, and try and find like a good consistency for this. Because again, I have to remember, the Gundams aren't the focus today, the battle mechs are the focus. Hang on, let me take a breath and a beat. Apologies for being all over the place today. It's looking after the animals while they're having a hard time is very stressful, and doing that and this at the same time is also very stressful. And it's, you know, I love doing this, but also, you lot are what help me pay my fucking rent and do things. And anytime I feel like I'm doing you all a disservice, I feel like I'm doing bad. You know, buggering off ages for dog walks and things midstream is not good decorum. But I am going to get PP Monster out now, just so he doesn't piss in the house when I'm covered in paint, because that would be bad. So here is... Alright, so friends, we're going to have a little break, just so I can get him out. If you are doing any like paint-alongs or craft-alongs yourself, now's the time to post a whip in either Creation Celebration or No Great November. And then we're going to get purple with it. No. Yeah, Judica, that's my only thinking. It's like, I could risk it for a biscuit, and then I have to clean up pee and or poo from there, or I can get him out now. It's just... It's like I was saying earlier, currently my schedule, like, work, dogs, like, getting the apartment, keeping the apartment from falling apart, is more work and more stressful than doing PAX for 4 days in a row. PAX was positively relaxing compared to this. And yeah. And I'm sorry about this, friends. So, post your whips, please don't go anywhere, and I'll be back in just a second, alright? Okay, there was no Pukeno, there was no Helpoos. Though Amos definitely needed a poop. And we facilitated that one. So here we go, once again. What and welcome, friends. Right. Next stage of painting, we're going to be using this pearled. And yes, I know I'm using airbrush paints, but it's all water soluble and it does the job. And honestly, kind of intrigued. Like, for this one, as I said, today is also a little bit about like experimentation. So, actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put this little one back. Where's a good one? Because what I also want to do is experiment, like seeing how these paints look on dark pieces as well. Hang on. So yeah, so how are you all doing? Tell me your tales. What's going down? Sticker on that and all. So we've got alright, so we've got this piece, and let me grab another paint stick. Should add these ready. Ah! Oh. Bugger me. River, you're fine. River, no. You're not going under there. No, River.
River.
Okay, set. No!
River. River song. Come here.
Okay. So, Alleged, it is lovely to see you. To give you the quick primer on what's going down, primer. So the lovely people at Catalyst Games gave me a full lance of battle mechs to work with. So today I am painting them all. This is the first time I've done like mini painting in a long time, so I'm kind of relearning it. But it's also, you know, it's been so long since I painted battle mechs. Like, it's a fun little challenge, you know? And I decided that I was going to use one of my Gundams essentially as like a test bed. And I've been having a real good time with it. So the idea is use these Gundam pieces here to test like if I've mixed the paints well enough or like what's going down. And if I've done it right, then fucking we. Like, because ultimately Gundams, the shape and style of a Gundam is formed predominantly because of the parts. You don't need to paint on the details for people to be like, oh, that's a Gundam! Oh, I love those! Right? And honestly, like, at the moment, I don't have a way to do airbrushing. So anything that lets me be creative with my Gundam paints, like, sign me up. And yeah, the fact that Catalyst Games gave me a lance of fucking cool looking clan mechs to relearn my craft. I'm feeling real spoiled right now. Just a little stressed is all. And we do have the next Mech Warrior game coming out. Is it this year? Next year? I forget. But it's gonna be right good. And alleged, I know what you mean. I don't think I have the physical ability to do, for example, traditional like Warhammer Fantasy. I think that would be completely out of my wheel well. I love the idea of going back to it, but it's a pipe dream. Nothing more. Nothing more. You have been stabbed and acquired cheese. By the powers invested in me by the state of Washington, I declare that a successful fucking run. Please accept your complimentary statue and cookie. Alright, so we got that one ready for testing, and we got this one ready for testing. Okay, so now I've got this one I can test out on, and this one. So basically get like a test on each different kind of base coat before I work out how much I need to water this down or otherwise. I still want to do the group paint project with you all, like get a specific kit and see who wants to paint like an piece of it, put it together like Longship style, but I don't know the best way to go about that yet. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so I'm going to try this metallic purple undiluted first. First we'll try it on the black. Ooh, it's real subtle with the black, but it looks nice. Ooh. Oh, it's so shiny. Oh, it's so shiny. Like, honestly, I just feel like a light coat of this, just giving it that glitterati. God, I just said glitterati unironically. I will hand in my badge and my gun after this stream. It's so sparkly. It's so sparkly. Is black base coat just best for everything? A spoiler, we are absolutely going to be doing one of the battle mechs in this paint. So we'll do one battle mech like that, and then I kind of want to do Disco Thor. Well, Disco Summoner, but like, it's not bad. It's not bad. Fucking love that. I mean, let's still see how it is on the white, but oh yeah, alleged, the fact that we have things like Hero Forge now makes me very happy, because like, I'm not good at painting peoples. Like, let's be honest, the reason I do Gundams is because I can be as fucking weird and as arty as I want, but never wrong, right? It's weird, it doesn't look as nice on the white. Maybe a couple of coats will make it pop. So Chornos has been quietly lurking, but the option that jumps out to me in regards with handling different pieces of a mech to different people So like a decent way to start or end a PAX weekend. Well, that had been my PAX goal, but real life, you know, the plague and everything. Like, I had this idea that I would just spend a day posted up in the tabletop area, and people could just come by and paint a piece. And I think we could do that. But, I don't know. More of a longship are unable to attend PAX than can attend PAX, you feel me? And I was like, well, how do we do this? And then the idea struck, what if we picked one model and we all painted one piece from that? One Gundam kit. Because some of the... whatchamacallit? The entry grade kits aren't expensive, right? Alright, so on the white here, it's not looking as good. So I might actually leave the Stormcrow for another color. Like, it's almost got like a faux wood effect. And I don't hate it. Maybe after a couple of coats it'll pop. We'll come back to that one. But yeah, we're basically going to do Disco Thor next. So sorry, buddy, you're getting swapped out. Way cool. Oh, and to Mr. Snipes, Watto, and welcome. So I painted some convoy trucks. Fuck yeah. This is my first time doing Battletech minis in decades, so good on you. That sounds very challenging. One thing that I desperately want to do is fake train graffiti. This guy on TikTok, he does these incredible, like, weathered and graffitied train carriages for, like, people's train sets and shit. And I don't know, but that just strikes me as the coolest fucking shit. I'm not even a train guy, but getting to go full... Alright, gotta take it off this one. Getting to go full hip-hop hooray. There we go. Like, that seems pretty fucking cool. But yeah, so Chaunerus, great minds think alike. Also, idiots never differ, but... Okay. Honestly, I think we're just going to do another everything coat, and then I can do detail paints once we start getting to... Once we start getting to the fun bits. Because, like, the base coat will handle the details. You can just go disco, disco. When I say party, you say disco. Disco, disco. Party, party. I could have been a DJ. Sorry, I don't want to go with this. And the tunes have stopped. You know what? Let me kick it up a gear. Let me kick it up a gear.
Please direct your attention to the...
There we go. Yeah, but so to Mr. Snipes and those who have just joined us, hello. I was very kindly given these mechs by Catalyst Games, and I am giving them the first once-over I have done in a very long time. And so help me, these are going to be the prettiest mechs at the fucking ball. Already getting that sparkle going. As for myself, usually I would be talking your ears off about the games industry and indie games and the ilk, but I am a mech fanatic par extraordinaire. Predominantly I've been on Gundams since, like, Gundam kits kind of was my lockdown hobby, and has kind of, like a lot of people, become my entire fucking personality.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And whoever that was that gifted a sub to Mr. Snipes, heckin' yo. And Baron, I love that for you. The problem is, anytime I use wireless headphones, and then I switch back to these ones, which I use for work, is when I fucking clothesline myself going to get like a drink or something. crank up the volume. Wake up the neighbors.
Are you hearing this or what? Is your heart pounding with the beat? Am I getting through to you? Show me what you got.
Shiny purple ass. Do 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 do. Yeah, okay, so Mr. Snipes, one of the things I have in my box down there is decal printing paper, and it's on the grand long list of things I desperately want to fuck around with, because it seems so much fun. Oh, thank you! I had such a good time doing it. It's also fucking scary being the, like, high-speed gremlin, but knowing that everyone on that panel is crazy talented. Friends, if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, this pack's just gone. We did the Make a Game in an Hour panel. If you'd like to see the recording of it, we got that on YouTube. And it went really well. But yeah, I just have to quell that part of my brain that reminds me that everyone that I'm currently heckling is an industry ledge. Why did I even bother doing a white base coat? What madness had taken over me? At this point, I'm just gonna go disco purple mechs, because this paint is so gorgeous. Like, the camera is not doing it justice at all. Oh, wait, cool. Mr. Snipes, I will have a look at that one. Though, I'm going to be a little bit cheeky, because I still have some stickers left over from when I did my my One Piece build a few weeks back, and they're just the right size, and they're like Shanks' crew. They look so fucking cool. I do unfortunately feel like the OSHA Violator is going to be the weak baby brother of this team. Like, I don't make the rules. The weak sauce baby brother of this operation. God, it looks like I know what I'm doing. This is great. Oh, wow. Will, how did you get so good at painting Battletech minis? Oh, well, honestly, it's just a gift I've always had. God, if Tiny Will could see me now, he would shit kittens. You're getting to paint minis and it's your fucking job? What the wanking stin is that? Because that's exactly how I sound. I know. Oh, this looks so fucking good! Yes! Oh yeah. I mean, Snipes, I only get picky about like the difference between like decals and stickers when it comes to the Gundams, and that's because it's really obvious when you're using stickers rather than decals. And the decals always look better. But unfortunately, my box of decals has gone fucking walkies. So I have to start rebuying decals, I guess. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Because usually, whenever I do my nails for like a convention, base coat, water slide decals, then top coat, and everyone gives me compliments for my nails like I'm some kind of fucking savant. And it's like, nah, I just put in the bare amount of effort and also have too many decals. There's something about the arrogance of the clans that makes me think that they would legit field like disco hot purple mechs. But it's not the same as like Steiner Scout Lance arrogance. It's got that, you know, it's that eat LRM free birth. Oh, remember that time I started telling people who didn't know about the Harmony Gold situation and then forgot to finish the story? Do you remember that? Oh, I remember it like it was only a few hours ago. Actually, if I leave the missile rack untouched, that's going to look really swish. When did I start saying swish? God, fuck me running. And yeah, Snipes, 40k water decals work just as well, almost a little better, because the 40k water decals are a little bit smaller, a little bit thinner. Spinning glitter and sunny shores where we never know more. Promoters score off me. Lab rats want the cheese. Flip your expectations with ease. Oh please, you say you're making big moves. Adjust my aim by degrees. I see you breaking the rules before you know what they be. I'll see you taking for rides while I am giving the keys. This camera does not do it justice. This is looking so fucking good. Will starting a story and not finishing it? Never. Well, anyway, the TLDR was just for like people who didn't know. Harmony Gold has just been a thorn in the side of the giant robot world for a long time. They weren't the reason that FASA Corp shut down, but it definitely hurt FASA. And whenever you hear anybody refer to what's called the unseen mechs, they're talking about the mechs that were directly talked about in the lawsuit that were originally from Macross, which they thought they had the license to and didn't. Oh, this is so good. That feeling when it's all coming together and it looks like you know what you're doing. How's that for a slice of fried Harmony Gold? See what I did there? Do you see what I did there? Tell me I'm clever. Tell me I'm clever. Needy streamer says what? Hey, so how was Will's painting stream? It was good, but he definitely unraveled.
Sometimes, actually a lot of times, actually never, people come up to me on the street and they say, hey, that guy raps. And I'm like, yeah, and they ask, hey, can you freestyle something just real quick?
Yeah, Snipes Dugram was another.
As an artist,
fucking Harmony Gold.
I can't actually, but I can dramatically arrange 7 to 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the state is now. Someone has told me, but my post-PAX brain has been pure beef brain. But one thing that was interesting was that Piranha Games was originally going to do MechWarrior 5. It was announced, big E3 trailer, the whole shebang. But it contained the unseen mechs. Harmony Gold leaps into action. It nearly killed Piranha Games, but thankfully it didn't. And they would go on to make MechWarrior Online, which, hey, love it or loathe it, MechWarrior Online made money and is the reason why we got MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, but no MechWarrior 5. And we are now getting the clan invasion. So I will be legally allowed to scream eat LRM free birth at all of my friends and co-workers. Co-workers, of course, when you work for yourself, being just me and also the guinea pigs. They don't have the guinea pigs don't actually have a horse in this race, but they put up with me. Amos is a freeloader and the world's second saddest boy. Well, he does not have the skills to pay the bills, that's for sure. How did I ever do this as a fucking kid without this little, like, painting handle? Because I know I keep talking about 40k and Warhammer and whatnot, but you got to understand, like, you know, I was a Blood Angels kid. I had a White Dwarf subscription. Like, I was in. Like, that was my fucking personality when I was a loveless teen. And it still amazes me how many techniques just weren't widely known. Even though they had the people on staff, like the people who painted for, like, Golden Demon, and not Golden Demon, for Heavy Metal. That was the painting team, I believe. I remember my very exhausted stepfather being thoroughly confused at a game day once. And I tried to explain to him how cool it was to meet this one guy who was a specific painter. Game day is like, was the big Warhammer. I hesitate to call it a convention, because looking back at it now, it was basically just, you either entered the painting competition or you went there to buy fuckloads of Warhammer minis. Maybe have a game, maybe, but honestly, most of the tournament play, you know, all the slots were sewn up weeks in advance. So I guess there were some casual pickup games, if I remember, but like a lot of younglings, I liked my Space Marines, but the game of 40k was exhausting and boring. Look, it's gotten a lot better. I mean, fucking God help me if Kill Team had been around when I was a youngling. Actually, scrub that. There's nothing that gods could have done on that situation. Oh, way cool! Snipes were just saying they found people in their area that play Battletech. See, I'm based out of Seattle. Like, which means that should I ever need to start playing Battletech again, I will. But, like, I was a kid in the UK, I found out about Battletech because someone just offhand mentioned oh, you know Mech Warrior is based on a board game, right? And I'm like, what? Oh shit, sorry, jumping back. Lagmice were suggesting 40k decals as Gundam kill counters? This is why we're friends. And Ketterall, did I say hi when you came in? Because I feel like I did not. Air Dragon, I'm sorry, friend. I don't know how many Battletech players we've got in the Longship. I think we have more people who play the Harebrained Schemes one than the actual tabletop, but you never know. And honestly, after the amount of fun everybody had when we did the Balu Bowl, like, who knows? Looks so fucking good! Yes! I think I've got it. Honestly, friends, I know I said I'd do different paints, but this is beautiful and perfect, and that's what I want to do now. I'm all about this purple. So we go back to our Gundam, and we can just do like another extra coat on this plate, and it looks fucking gorgeous. Because one of the reasons why people don't tend to hand paint Gundam parts is more often than not, it ends up looking like you just stole somebody's, like, shitey Tesco value nail varnish and went at it with no regard. And this has kind of got a bit of that. It definitely has it on the white base coat. I mean, again, you can see the brush strokes from, like, low orbit. So I'm giving it another shot. But hey, like I said, it's all an experiment. And if we don't experiment with their art, then we don't learn. And again, I'm hoping that the hex camo decal, the hex camo masking gives it a bit of personality. It doesn't just look like baby's first paint job. Although, we do have some cool shit we can try. Oh, do you want to get fun with it? Sorry, I should be talking to you all a lot more. Do you want to get weird with it? Before we start doing our next Battletech mini. Here we go. Because I said I was going to try this today, and here the fuck we are. Not too big? No, that will fit. Don't worry, friends, I've got an idea. What did I say at the beginning of stream? Call me Mr. Sponge. I also then followed that up by immediately regretting that I'd said call me Mr. Sponge. But that's not the point. That's my point.
Don't worry, I've got an idea is a terrifying phrase.
Oh, where's your faith? Where's your faith? Have I ever steered you wrong? Don't answer that. Once again, don't answer that. Byakuaz. Look, I bought these texture sponges 1,000 years ago, right? So I'm going to try one of the smaller ones with the purple paint to give it like a spackle and see what we get from it. No one knows how cool we are. And the fact that I can't seem to open up. Alright.
Have I ever steered you wrong? You ask? Would you like an itemized list?
Would you like that in long form, or should we just do the cliff notes? Alright. Look at this spiky little cheeky chappy! Yes! Hang on, let me just wash this off real quick. Just so it doesn't end up going stirred. I go in solid. Yeah, so Mr. Snipes, this is actually the first time I've done sponge texturing for minis. I've done masking, you know, where you get like lace or cloth or mesh to create like different effects. Like I said, when I'm painting Gundams, I like them to look like inspired art pieces. I want them to look like some fucking like ostentatious Met Gala type shit, you know what I'm saying? And I don't really have an equivalent way of doing that with Battletech. Like, the minis are a little too small. I've even looked into some like the 3D printed third party like big figures. Just cause. Alright.
Once I dust it off a little, I'm gonna let her rip, so listen up.
Actually, I'm going to do this piece as well. So let me just put some more mask on this. Just get ready to party.
Like this. Like that. Like this.
The sponge looks like a mini cooked turkey. 1, you might be hungry. 2, you know, Wallachian wall chicken is real. As a fucking delicacy. That's why it heals you so much. Okay. Let's get weird.
Jet set classic.
Like this. Like that.
Okay, I need like a piece of paper or something just to wipe off the excess. It's definitely painting it very quickly and giving it this cool effect. But so far, the paint might be a little too thin. It's not giving it any texture. Hey, and this is why we're experimenting, right? We're learning. Okay. Just bear with me 2 seconds, friends. I just need to go get some kitchen roll or something. Hold that thought. And Phyllis, I see you. See your text.
24-hour party, people don't sleep, don't drink, don't eat like we do. I'll leave you be if you leave me be too, but I can't see you when you need to. Get in trouble, you just want to get in trouble. Do the hustle.
I got some shit tickets. Let's make this work.
You just love to get in trouble.
Okay.
Everybody do the hustle. My modus operandi don't involve ganja booze or beer. Party favors after shows. Dressing rooms full of those. Players looking to propose a toast.
Hey,
I've been around the world,
and Mr. Snipes, that's a good tip. Like,
so you know I won't go away. I got the golden voice, even if ventriloquists couldn't throw
there we
away.
go. So now,
Understanding my presence is demanded. Buy some merch and maybe I can spin it on a stand-in. One mellow, cause the two is seeing double after about 3 drinks. So before I get into trouble, slap you 5 and grab a text.
alright.
Don't leave it
You
at
know
the
what?
casket.
It's
If I
not
drive, y'all stay wild like
perfect,
old telephones.
but like, it's better than what I was getting with the brush.
Cuddling with an old movie on and I'm gone. So if you're calling me to come back to the streets and get freaked, please, I ain't even trying to get
Alright.
in trouble. You just want to get in trouble.
And I'm trying on this big one here and just seeing what I can get from it.
You just love to get in trouble. Do the hustle. Everybody do the hustle. You gotta understand. I wish I could live like you, but I can't be a man. Don't bet on intuition. Just understand.
Shut up.
You know I really
That is a perfectly reasonable noise I just made. I'll have no comments about it.
It's 3:04 and partner, why are you calling me for? I thought I was understood. I'm so good on that club shit. Don't care how the club's lit. I just make the club hits, spitting on the introverted tip. Flex that I don't return texts and I don't throw fits. It is said, it is writ like your name on an every night check for the beers and tips.
Okay.
My tips are
I have much to learn.
I want my own apartment. My life is halfway over, and it ain't even started. My new rap name is Young Tragedy.
But with this sucker, just going like hog wild, like rushing. Look at the speed at this. Like this is almost quicker than fucking airbrushing. Let's fucking go. Oh. Give this this whole Decepticon styling a go. Hee 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 hee. Fuck, that looks good. Let's hear it for the sponge. Look at that. Honestly, I'm gonna do a few other Gundam pieces now while we're chatting. But yeah, so jumping back, Feels was just saying they can see clan mechs having like super ostentatious design, and I really agree. Because like their whole culture is about like, you know, dueling and like whoever is the strongest gets to have the babies. And obviously, it goes without saying, I'm not pro-clan philosophy, obviously. But I just figured I should say that now. Will is not pro-eugenics. Shocking, I know. It's almost as if I'm not about that. Hang on. I've kind of fucked up, because there's a bunch of stuff that is drying that should be over here, and it is not. Oh, if you want one of Will's money-saving tips, don't buy stands for your alligator clips and your paint clips and stuff. Buy a cat box, the ones they used to like scratch up for like $10. Works so much better. Okay.
Lesson 1. Basic hip. Basic to hip is the concept of
I kind of...
dig. How would you do
Yo,
dig?
I kind of want to use this technique on the Shadow Cat. Is that weird? Because, like, the Summoner's got this nice, clean coat. Like, main weapons are clear for details. Like, missile rack's clear. The cockpit's mostly clear, but, like, I can clean that up, make it look nice. Sorry, C2 says, if you're using a cat box, Mechs, what are your cats using? Last time I got the bad lurg, I hallucinated the fact that we had 2 cats, and I was freaking out, because, like, you know, we're downhill with COVID. Who's going to feed the cats? Do we have enough cat food? We've never had cats. Now, don't get me wrong, I like cats, I'm not against them, but we've never had cats. But...
Well, yeah.
Alright, Shadowcat, you're the next experiment. So you're basically going to get dab dry brushed. Holy shit, it's working! Holy shit, it's working! Eat shit, Slapchop! I'm sponging. Oh, it's time to check out the newest technique in miniature painting! You stuff a sponge in your robot! My name's Davy Renton, and I'm hitting Stanley Parable. For some reason, I have a very... I've actually met Davy. Davy's a lovely person and does not deserve the piss-taking that I'm currently doing. Just for the record. Holy crap. Did you all know about this? Am I just the last guy to find out? Holy crap. Like, I'm getting better coverage than I was doing with the brush. Money the fuck? Alright, like I'm gonna have to, like, okay. So I'm gonna have to go in with the brush on the back here. Just clean out a little bit of the details. Same with the noggin. God, it feels like I've just unlocked the fucking Matrix here. And because I'm letting the base coat do all the accent. Okay, now it's time to go in with the brush. So again, there's a couple of places where my haphazard blase is kind of overpainted a little. But then we just go in with brush. Spread that about. Look, I'm not saying this is perfect, but I'm feeling... Yeah, right now we're working smarter, not harder. Fearless says they would want to paint a Firestarter mech with the Kiss the Cook apron. It's sad there isn't like an iconic flamethrower Gundam, you know what I mean? But if they ever do give us a Tequila Gundam kit, get the Kiss the Cook on that one. Like, that's the play. Dear This Color Purple, thank you for existing. So what clan are you with? Oh, we're with clan Will does whatever the hell he wants. You might know us from that time. Will turned everything purple. Poor OSHA violator. Oh, the dash is going to be so quick. Oh. Were you there the day Will discovered sponges? Whole thing making me feel like I'm a fucking genius. Will's having a stroke of genius. Yes, that was a musical theatre reference while we're painting robots. No, I will not apologise. So Jamami, I should do a Crayola War Crimes. When Bandai Namco put out the Armored Core kits, if I can get one, because they're 30-minute mission kits, so they're fucking easy to put together. But yeah, if I can get one, I will recreate the Crayola War Crime. Oh, way cool! Well, C222, make sure to throw some of those in Creation Celebration, because I'd love to see them. C222 is doing, like, fancy calligraphy stuff. Sorry, I was having a chat with somebody the other day, and I'd still... The idea of not having hobbies or things that you want to, like, make has become such an alien concept to me that it's so strange when I encounter people that don't have hobbies. And that's no hate, like, I'm not trying to be all smug and like, oh, well, I'm so much better because I make a purple mech do fucking weird shit. But more just a case of like, what do you all strive to do, you know? Is your curiosity gone? A little bit of ASM yar. Okay, I'm really happy with that one. Can add some more details to it. Like at the moment, again, we're just on base coat o'clock, but I'm really happy with it. But yeah, now I'm just gonna do the same technique for a bunch of the Gundam pieces, because it's fucking cool. Just while the mechs are drying, and I guess we could brush the dashi as well. Alright, once the Stormcat is a little bit more dry, then we'll use the sponge technique on the dashi and go from there. Honestly, I think I might leave the white mech pieces as is, because I'm not really super happy with any of the things that we've done with them. Like, I'll try with this one again. Like right now, this is just covering up for all my other mistakes so far. Like, they can't all be winners. And it is important that I remind myself, for taking my own fucking advice, that it is okay to experiment. All art is worth it, right? Have I told you all about soda milk yet? Because I feel like this kind of falls into the same pattern of what I've been obsessing over with soda milk. Right, have I told you all about soda milk? Alright, I'm gonna just get natter in while I'm painting. But, so the TLDR, there is a channel on YouTube called Soda Milk. Yeah, Numbers, the one we talked about that, you know, on Chorby's stream when we're doing Wanted Dead and all of that. And the thing about Soda Milk is that it's genius, right? It is like Alan Partridge tier parody. But it's parodying, you know, people who desperately want to be YouTubers, right? And that's, you know, that's fine. Oh, this is working so well. And it is a person who's doing reviews of soda and milk combinations. The first episode is cow's milk and Coca-Cola. But it's fucking inspired. And what's so inspirational about it is the fact that... don't worry about it. Not a single eye placement, not a single movement is out of place. Like, the dude has planned everything meticulously to look like he's just being awkward. Like, it's a level of intentional comedy that I'm just in awe of, right? And I've watched it and rewatched it, and I'm still so impressed. However, even the most popular video on soda milk is only like barely 1,000, right? And so, is soda milk a success or a failure? And that's the thing that's been keeping me up, right? I keep doing this thing where I do like T-Rex arms with the stuff I'm painting, and I'm all up here like. And yes, no numbers, I did go down the soda milk rabbit hole, and I'm really glad that I did. Sorry, let me move my Age of Sigmar guys out of the way, otherwise they're about to be the age of really fucking purple. But yeah, that's the thing that I've been thinking about a whole month. Yeah, Hilk, if you will. Because the thing is, everything about soda milk is brilliant. It just, no one found it whilst it was doing the rounds, right? So now it's, you know, just an old internet concept that's like languishing in the deluges of YouTube. But in the same, it's so brilliantly put together that like you cannot fault the guy who made it. And then at that point, he has this incredible thing that he can look at and go, I did that. Yeah, I fucking did that. Like, and all of this begging the question, like, what is the purpose of, not art, but like, if you're doing things like YouTube and stuff like that, like, what's the goal? And then it started getting me to think about, hey, why am I so obsessed with things having a goal? Why can't you just make a stupid, funny video about putting milk and soda together? There's no law that says you can't. There probably should be. I mean, the idea of Coca-Cola and the idea of combining Coca-Cola and cow's milk makes my stomach turn. Maybe I'm the weird one in that regard, right? Well, and Jamami, I think I might reach out to them, because ultimately only the artist can say what is and isn't success in art, right? But yeah, it's peak Longshipian conversation, and I think it's where I'm still not ready to go back to 40k, because in 40k you can be wrong, right? In terms of how you paint and does stuff. And you know, okay, so significant, I think that's a really good point. Oh, an Angel Kalina, absolutely. The kit I haven't really had the chance to break into, but the Worry Stone is right in front of me. Currently, it's keeping Dustin's little tiny smile. Hang on. Tiny smile company, but it's literally right there. And it's been real good. But Significant was saying that we're in an age where art is increasingly pushed to be something that's consumed and monetized. Everything is content and algorithms. Right. And so to find something that is fucking brilliant, but is algorithmically not been pushed in front of everybody, kind of makes you go, huh? Wait. As a small aside, it's very funny when algorithms break, because my TikTok feed all weekend has been Spanish language movie reviews of Beetlejuice. Now, I do not speak Spanish. I'd like to. I would not be mad if I could, but it is not a language that I speak. And on YouTube, it's all the videos I watched exactly like 12 years ago being recommended to me again. So I don't know what's going on over there. So it's very funny when algorithms break, but... Well, yeah, it's significant. That's a really good point. I don't regard streaming as art, right? But that's because I'm doing it. Whether or not it is art or an art form is for other people to decide. Like, I'm too close. But, you know, as I've told you all, I justify streaming for a living by thinking of myself as a bartender. My job is to stream and be here and talk to you lot, show you stuff or talk about things, and you keep me alive by tipping, right? Like, oh, this will guy's not shit. Here's $5. Brilliant, love it, great. But there is an art and a craft to it. So, like, look, I'm not saying that I am the soda milk of streaming. Honestly, if anybody is brilliant and deserves a huge audience because of how fucking good their stuff is, it's Chorby, right? Like, the amount of detail and production quality that goes into Chorby's stream is amazing. Because I'm not a very good bartender, Ray. Oh, sorry, friends. I'm doing that thing again where I'm dinosaur armsing up here. But I don't want to put the camera right at my crotch. I'm just putting masking pieces on this before I start hitting it with the purple. Now, if we were doing this for realsies, I would have done this ahead of time. But I didn't expect to stumble upon a method of painting that I'm both enjoying and works. Isn't that right, baby boy? He's behind me being very sad. But yeah, Chorby's production quality and streams are glorious chaos in a way that I'm frankly impressed with. But, you know, algorithm no likey. Most of you lot have found me either through friends' recommendations or because you know me IRL, right? And I understand that. I know what I'm about. You know, I don't think many of you found me because of the great Twitch isms. Alright. Alright, brush. Let's get brushing. Like I found a way to airbrush without an airbrush. It's called sponging. It's the new hotness. Also, once I hit this with a really shiny top coat, this is going to look gorgeous. Get the Boat says, it was like, oh, this British guy's playing Ethan Carter. Seems like a nice chap. And you've been stuck here forever. Oh, Neo Shadow, yes, so you're being hunted. That was through Floydo and Playframe and stuff. Again, I don't know how I am able to do this full time. And it keeps me up at night some days. But I'm so fucking lucky that I get to, so I try not to poke at it, you know what I mean? Oh shit! And whoever just gave Get to the Boat a sub, that's really fucking cool. Jamami found Joe kept playing the Mech game. Angels Fall First, right? Ah, Skaven and yeah, that was a good time. We never did finish our Skaven run. I forget what happened. Well, anyway, my point is more that most of you didn't find me through algorithmic nonsense. And that's frankly bizarre in this day and age, you know what I mean? But, you know, I've been trying to do more stuff that's just for me, for funsies. So that's why I've been doing these little horror videos on YouTube and stuff. Those aren't to, like, hit a new demographic in the world. It's just for funsies. Because I love talking about horror in video games. And I understand that most of you might not want that in your day-to-day. And that's cool, right? But yeah, going back to the soda milk discussion, it's something that's been very much on my mind. Because, you know, you all can understand. Actually, we'll just do this piece because this piece is not getting any masking. Can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be so fucking cool. Anyway, I completely lost my train of thought for where we started. Oh yeah, thank you. And Orzine, I'm hoping to be able to do some more of that as we're moving forward. It's just, yeah, now I'm not, you know, battling the bad sick. I can be a person again! I can be a real boy! Alright, I've lost my point, but only because I'm having such a fucking good time putting this all together. So if anyone could remind me of the fucking nonsense that I was just talking a second ago, that would be amazing. But yeah, I was actually, I don't know if they're hanging out right now, but one person I really wanted to shout out to was Asari Greenfire, who has been unapologetically working on their art now for years. And it's been so cool to watch their art style like improve and change. But the fact that they're not doing it for any other reason than they just want to paint some stuff on a weekend. Like, gotta admit, kind of fucking love that. Leaning in again because I realised I was doing the thing again. Fucking T-Rex arms. They call him T-Rex arms, oh god. He doesn't fucking show anybody what he's working on. Alright, that might be too much going to. There we go. Oh, I was talking about like algorithms aren't super good for actually finding the good stuff, basically. I guess so. Like, and I guess it's that thing we've talked a lot about with indie games, of like, you know, if people play and love your game, that is success. If your goal is to make enough money for your studio to survive, that's a very different premise than if you're doing it just for the fucking love of it, you know what I mean? And look, both are valid. We have so many homies we know who run actual independent game studios and stuff like that. Aww. Hey, Jamami, and again, that's a really big compliment. I think the thing is, sorry, I know I'm leaping around on conversations, I'm just having a very good time. With horror, I think when watching horror, it's a different commitment. Like, if I say, hey, I'm streaming a horror game right now, your choice is kind of like, buckle up, buttercup, or go elsewhere, right? But if I pop up a YouTube video, you get to decide how much or how little of that you want to engage with. Like, if it gets too much, if it gets real bad, real spoopy, you fucking pause the YouTube video. Job's good. You know, go get yourself a cup of tea, you know, hug your pets, then come back. But on Twitch, if the themes are hitting you wrong and you're having a bad news bears time, like, there's not really anything you can do apart from, like, turn the stream off. And it's one thing I noticed when streaming horror games is a lot of people... Okay, Mr. Snipes, that's a very good point. You searched for Battletech on Twitch and now you found a fucking super mech indie game nerd. Like, Mr. Snipes, you've been in 5 minutes. You don't even know the crimes I did in Steel Battalion at PAX. You don't even know. In front of somebody's emotional support dog. And if you hang out here too long, you will, 1, end up with a lot of indie games on your wish list, and 2, learn way more about the games industry than you ever really wanted to know. But at least you've been warned. I don't know. I should say I don't have an overall point on this one. I think it was last year, this year, God, time blurs, where I was getting a little bit frustrated with, you know, basically seeing bad people acquire huge audiences. And it was getting frustrating because I'm still only human. And Deus gave me the classic advice of, like, comparison is the thief of joy. You know, someone else's success literally affects me not at all. And God, that's become my mantra since then. But it was something I was talking to Nick a lot about last night. I do love... This paint has the same smell as classic Citadel Miniatures paint. So I'm also getting like this big nostalgia hit from what we're doing tonight. I love it. I fucking love it. Okay.
The beats are so right, cause I got anxiety. I take my time, make them shine, cause you're eyeing me. Life on the line now in history.
Okay, I'm loving it. Like intentional, like, give it like this intentional brush stroke. Ah, that's so fucking cool. Yes. All right, let me. Let's move back onto. Let's move back onto the Battletech and try this technique with the Shadow Cat, but like as a dry brush, like specifically a dry brush. Okay. Because I feel like I'm getting a bit into the Will's own head weeds of it all. And like, you came here to see some little robots get little painted. Stormcrow's probably not getting any love tonight. Sorry, Bubs. I don't make the rules. Alright. Let the dashi begin. God, if Tiny Will had known about this, it would change my fucking life. Sorry, jumping back. And significant figures, I do agree. Like, I'm not a big fan of streams where there's like, you know, 1,000 people and you can't get a word in edgeways. I think I could probably handle up to about 100 people. Like, that's the point where, when I've been on either streams for work or other people's stuff, that's the point where it starts to just devolve into madness. But, I don't know, one of the things I love about doing this is getting to have these conversations and these hangouts and stuff like that. You know, that's the whole Memnol thing. And the idea of not getting to do that would suck. I'm feeling real mean to him. Okay, I'm gonna go back into the brush. Just the reversey Percy joints are really hard to get into. C222. Do it. Wraith. Look, Wraith. Do you think I tell Lizzie what to do? Do you think I have control? Look me in the eyes. Do you think I run this shit? Anything I run around here is my mouth. Baron's like, hey, that Memnol show sucked. Yeah. I don't know. The streamer guy on it was pretty hot. Okay, sorry. For those of you wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, I love tabletop RPGs. I'm not a fan of watching many of them because, well, okay, no. There's a few I like, but predominantly one of the things I love about streaming is getting to talk to people, right? And a lot of tabletop RPGs, there's a big old barrier between the audience and the person streaming. And so I whinged to Baron about this for months. Turns out Baron had already solved this problem, but that's another story. Anyway, Baron proposed to me Memory Equals Null, a show where me and all of you lot are given a blank character sheet, almost no introduction, and just told, go. And the first season was in Stars Without Number, so none of us knew the system. Season 2 is currently ongoing. That's in D&D 5th edition, and it's good. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that, as if I was apologising for it. It's real good. I should say, I'm having a blast. If you lot are enjoying it, that's cool too. But, you know, whatever. This is not for you. It's for me. Fucking big the Dashi is. So fucking cool! It's like hobby epiphany levels of having a good time. Anyway, Season 1 of Memnol is up in regular and podcastian forms. Season 2 is just available in VODs, which is fine. Fucking love them VODs. Yeah! Ah, significant. That is lovely to say as well. Well, at least, Jamami, when a train car, well, when the little trolley went past you in San Francisco, you didn't immediately go, 2 bells! 2 bells. Actually, I think this is... Okay, I think that's based. So I'll let that dry a little bit. I guess we'll go back to Gundams. Literally Gundam sponging. Gundam maxing. So yeah. Okay. Should I run over the dog? So yeah, while the Battletechs are drying, I'm going into my little tub with all the mech pieces in. I still don't know what we're gonna do with this piece. So from the Panic Attack orange we had earlier, like we could use another sponge, or maybe I just leave it as a reminder of the folly of man. Let's do that. But I think the white pieces on this kit I'm just gonna leave as is, because like let me show you the difference. So like these are the same pieces. So this was the textured effect with the purple here, which I like better than the other. But like if you look at it on the black base coat, like that's some proper sweet Gundam nonsense. I think it's fine to have a few just plain white pieces. I can decal the No, I can't decal them because my decals are missing. Well, piss. When you start getting excited about doing some cool shit and you're like, wait a second, that's not gonna fucking work! At some point, Baron, it would be funny to do like a Baron von Sheepington time lapse. Here we have Baron at the beginning. It's not gonna stay. Ooh, I can bust out the big pieces here. Oh, look at this big old masking piece right here. Job's a good one. I like that headcanon. Someone didn't realise they'd been pranked by the Mechs. I think that works. I will say there's a bunch of painting techniques I would still like to try though. One I saw recently was, so you go for a black base coat, but then you do white ink fill on the details. Then you airbrush it with a really bright color, and it gives it this like, I don't know, there's something special. And I'm like, fuck, I'd really like to try that. You know, it's going to be a while before I can get my airbrush set up anyway, so... You know, it's not something I need to rush to do, but... Look at that. Just done in one. And look, maybe it ends up looking naff. Maybe it ends up looking awesome. Honestly, I don't think it matters. Will can't hold a thought in his head for more than 3 seconds. Help, my guacamole is not mid. Yo, significant, were you in last night with Nick getting bodied by a Thai curry where apparently when he said please don't make it spicy, they took that as a please fucking kill me. You know, I love the kind of curry that's going to leave me in a state of physical distress. Was apparently what they heard. I don't know why I'm doing the evil laugh. We all came here to craft. This isn't like I'm ambushing somebody on Sea of Thieves. Feels like I'm cheating in a good way. Go. This feels like winning. Yeah, okay, significant. That makes a whole bunch of spice. A whole bunch of sense. Fiona has very much helped me increase my spice tolerance, which I've been very grateful for. But, you know, it can still kick the absolute hot fuck out of me. Okay, so I've got a handful of pieces left to do. And then, honestly, there may be enough time on stream to do, like, some little details. I think the Stormcrow's just going to have to wait for an update. Yeah, and Fearless, these little ones are super good. The only problem is if you're airbrushing and you use ever so slightly too much in one coat, it clumps and looks bad. Which is why I'm going to be interested to see how this comes out, because it's almost a dry brush. So in theory, there's no chance of clumping. But you'll notice a lot of my painting comes with an in theory. Ishkar says, after the incident in Mexico, my spice tolerance was shattered. Ishkar, you could have said literally anything after the incident in Mexico. I could no longer turn left. After the incident in Mexico, I can't go to Chili's anymore. That's the perfect, like, story starter. Alright. We used to say that one of the fun things is if you're out drinking with friends, if somebody says something, what you do is you repeat exactly what they said, but add at the end, given your history. Yeah, let's go get a pint. Do you think we should go get a pint? You know, given your history. And it's glorious. Of course, the problem is that Fred basically stink pumped me with it, and has since used it on me repeatedly. Saying no to a pint isn't in my vocabulary. Also same. What was that TV show quote? Except do you want to come for a pint at lunch? No, I have this problem where if I start drinking, I can't stop. It's called being an absolute fucking legend. Get a few smaller ones on this one.
I love you.
shout out to the other folks who also make disgruntled cat noises when trying to put decals on things. I like it, man. I like it. I've just noticed though that I've really got to get my crafting stream set up better, because I've noticed that the further the stream goes on, the more I scooch away from you all, and it starts to look very intentional after a while. It's got real I'm gonna go sit over here vibes, even though I've invited you all to come hang out. Well, at least you learned, Snipes. I'm over here like, I have this whole set where you can see everything that's going on, except for I'm over here out of shot doing all this complicated shit. Maybe if I end up being stupidly successful one day, I can pay someone to be like the Will's Hand cameraman. Like a moving cam they have at like festivals and shit. There we go. That's how I'll know I've made it. When it's someone else's job to keep track of my hands. Again, not like that. That should look really cool. If this works how I want it to, that's going to look really cool. There we go. I mean, the purple's going to be subtle, but that sparkle is coming through. This is going so good. I'm annoyed that I'm going to have to stop at some point today, you know? Like, is there a term for basically, like, hobby euphoria? When the paints be painting, when the minis be popping, like, when it's all coming together like it's supposed to. Like, is there a term for that? Because I think there should be. Oh, no, that's way too much paint for a little thing. There you go. There you go, little guy. Go be free. Be free, little purple thing. Raid says, I think it's just happiness. No, it can't be. It must have a complicated, overly complex name. Yeah, you're right. The Germans probably have like a long one. Like the opposite of Schadenfreude. Joy at one's own hobbies. God, I just think I'm just going to hand paint all of these. Honestly, with the fuck you orange, I think all I can do is just keep doing layers. Sorry, this is the multi-track drifty potato of Will's mind. I think all I can do is just hit this with more layers once we're done with the purples, because there honestly isn't much. Like, I'm not going to do the weapon, so like if you look in the box, that's it. That's all I've got left to do for this mech. And honestly, the accent color on this one, aside from please, dear Lord, get me to a medical room, orange, is a gold. Is it weird my brain went to like, hobby, hobby, joy, joy? Thanks, Ren and Stimpy. You broke my fucking brain.
one shot for your high drop, edit that shit quick, no click, no pop. Get it, you want the key. If you got money, you gotta fold it in the back. I'ma hit you right back. Love it, need it, manipulate it. Say
Oh, just very quickly, friends, if this Jet Set Radio style jam is your jam, this is Too Mellow, who is a really good, fucking cool artist. And yes, they did do stuff for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, and yes, they are a huge Jet Set Radio fan. In fact, this album is called the Sounds of Tokyo Co. Future, which, if you know Jet Set Radio, you'll be like, oh, that's a fucking great reference! Because again, everybody who likes Jet Set Radio is from Yorkshire. Apparently. At least the Midlands. No, I'm like this. Oh. Okay, so while I'm kind of in the zone, do you all have any cool kid plans for this weekend? Any rad ideas? Mr. Snipe, does painting minis count? Fuck yeah, it does. So, okay, while people are throwing in theirs... Oh, Wraith's doing Star Truckers. Fuck yes. Baron went to a concert last night. Who did you go see? Because, like, throughout PAX, the knowledge that Mark Rebier was just at Bumper Shoot was a lot. But I did not cave. Fiona was very offended when I referred to Bumper Shoot as that little thing down the road. It's a music festival in Seattle that happens the same weekend as PAX. And I've obviously never been because, well, PAX. Ooh, lovely! Oh, that's the fucking cool person from TikTok. Significance into a little instrumental group that plays local retirement nursing homes. Oh, you're in one! Yo, that's fucking lovely! Like, that's some real wholesome shit. Sorry, and I hope that didn't sound sarcastic. I genuinely mean that. That's fucking great. Go you. Yeah, C222. Bingo. It's the thing that keeps you from getting to the Queen Anne dicks easily. Sorry, I just need more paint sticks. Oh, you bastards! I just like it known though, when I'm doing airbrushing, I'm actually super organized. Like, I have everything laid out, a plan, a structure. Apparently, the only way I can do this while talking to you lot is by being a complete fucking disaster. So, I don't know. Whose fault is that? The internet. Checkmate, the internet. But it is a fucking mess in here right now. Alright, where were we? I'll get some water for myself in a second. Okay. Oh yeah, good on you getting the airbrush set up. That's gonna be way cool. But yeah, so Mr. Snipes, I was gonna say, like, have you done any Gundam kits? Because, just more because I'd be fascinated to know if you got any thoughts or feels on them. Because, I mean, I've said it like 7 times so far this evening, but like, it's definitely what got me back into painting. Like, if I hadn't been doing Gundam stuff, and the Catless people have been like, oh, do you want to paint some mechs on stream? I would have been like, no. No, you scare me. And not because, you know, just because it's been so long. But, you know, I keep thinking of even though it was just designed to sell more model kits, the whole Gundam is freedom nonsense. Like, because there's no combat system behind it. There's no rule set, there's no, like... I guess there are official colour schemes, but not in the same sense that we see in, like, other places. Because, like, in both Warhammer and in Battletech, if we're being strictly to the letter, certain colour schemes denote certain kinds of mechs, right? Fuck you. Alright, we'll do this by hand. You know. And there's always somebody on the internet who's like, oh, it's not supposed to be painted like that! Yeah. Well, Snipes, if you do decide, let me know. Because the thing is, the building of them's more Lego than, like some of the more complex systems. Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to put it where I want. I was trying to tessellate it all, and I was like, wait a second. This is my mech. This is my camo. Practice what you preach, Dingleberry. And yeah, so yeah, Snipes, you're right. Battletech is pretty freeform. So long as you've got like a good mech sheet, people understand. I mean, it has been really cool that, like, as Warhammer's having this, like, had a Plague resurgence and post-Plague, like, interest, you know, it's lovely seeing people doing just whatever the fuck they want with it as a... But yeah, I guess I still have loads of trauma about people being like, "Ah, you paint blood angels!" No, Derek. I'm just a tiny fucking kid learning how to do it. Maybe be nicer, Derek. Fucking shit. Not referencing any specific point in my life at all. Well, it's looking right good. I don't know, friends. Do you think the catless peeps will be able to tell I had a good day? Poor Dashy's just standing here looking awesome while I'm working through these Gundam bits. It's okay! This is why we put things in boxes! Fuck! Seriously, if you could see me when I'm airbrushing, I'm like, I've got my mask on, everything's in its right place, I'm like, I'm in the zone. Today, I'm basically like, you know, shitey wedding DJ who's currently on the fucking come down. Been there, spilt that. That would be a really good name for a podcast, just saying. Been there, spilt that. Because your name's Ben. And if you, I don't know if you got that one. I know it was pretty subtle. I'm just gonna do this little neck piece clear. I've also decided that the black to white base coat fade that I did, I'm going to leave that as is, but if I can, I'm going to try and do that again on a whole ass mech. Like each piece, give it like a top to bottom fade. See how that turns out? Because that would be rad as shit. Sorry, and at this point I'm just kind of, I wouldn't say I'm speed painting as much as I'm just trying to You know what? Deserve that. Not gonna lie. I deserve that.
We are controlling transmission.
I said, man, this ain't my bag, man. You know,
The record buying people, they like things that's different in sound.
Okay, let's try that again, shall we?
Now I want you to listen to these sounds and let your imagination go free.
Hopefully this doesn't look like I just nicked me mam's nail varnish and just jammed it on everything. But... What? Significant mistake, just pull out my keyboard. Maybe I should have spilled water on it. No! Sorry, Snipes was saying that that fumble moment was giving him flashbacks to a Lego streamer who threw everything on the ground. Poor bugger. My long-suffering flatmate Fiona has done Lego and Lego streams aplenty, and that's like, that's got to be like the eternal fear, right? Still can't believe we just found the perfect paint. That's serendipitying. I'm sorry, that's the thing I said out loud. But, yeah, I don't have any super cool kid things going on myself. Like, I'd love to tell you all that I'm going to go to, like a mech pilot sex rave or something, or a, you know, charity function for kids who can't read good and want to learn to do other stuff good too. Honestly, like, tomorrow I'm just looking after the animals. Fiona's off on adventures. And then Monday is paperwork day. So I think, you know, tomorrow will just be recovery if I drink too much tonight, or drinking too much if I don't drink too much tonight. But I'm not a complicated person. I live a simple life. Mech Party Sex Rave charity function. I would go see them live in a heartbeat. Some kind of like Battletech themed Ninja Sex Party cover band. Okay, that's pretty cool. Fearless is saying they might have put together some Fortnite themed mechs at work. Ooh. Okay, Fearless. Do you know... So, Fearless, that isn't something I've read, but that makes a whole bunch of sense, because one thing I noticed as I've gotten older, right, like, when you get talking about, you know, tabletop wargaming, people don't talk about the factions or the lore very often. Like, predominantly, people tend to get into long discussions about, I'm trying to think of some good examples, but like, their little guys, they're ones with the paint scheme, the paints and the designs that they came up with. You know, it's always about their little guys. And that the ones that people remember the fondest are the war games that have the little guys built into the rules. Necromunda, Mordheim, City of the Damned, and my personal favourite, Gorkamorka. Like, it's not just a game where your minis and my minis duke it out and then, you know, we roll dice and contabulate. It's my little guys on an adventure, and because your little guys kicked my little guys so hard, you know, Grognark now has a fake leg. So I have to go back after the match and give Grognark a tiny fake leg. Like, I have to convert my minis. Well, I mean, I don't have to, but I feel compelled to, because they're my little guys. So yeah, that makes a whole bunch of sense. Also, I kind of talked about it last night, but I realized that with it being a Sea of Thieves night, I didn't get to banter with you all. Alright, how many of you watched the People Make Games video about war games? Is it just me and Jamami? Because now it's just us. If anybody wants to chat about it, like I am down to. I don't know what the banterific equivalent of clown is. Down to shinwag sensibly about a complicated topic. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it as down to clown. And I'm also not a fan of clowns, so they know what they did. I will say it is nice being able to paint without having to put a respirator on. Sorry, I guess that was apropos of nothing. Mr. Snipes, I have seen peeps that do that. And I think that's where Battletech succeeded, where, at least in my humble opinion, things like Heavy Gear didn't. Like, because from the get-go, Battletech was always about making your mech. You can tweak how many heat sinks are in it, where the guns are, what they do, right? It's your mech. There are many like it, but this one is yours. Like, I knew people who used to keep the sheets of mechs they'd killed, and I was like, that's pretty fucking metal. Okay, so if nobody's seen the People Make Games video on wargaming, give it a watch. I'd love to know your feelings, but it's not mission critical. Okay, but seriously, friends, I've got like a handful of pieces left. I'm so close to being done on these Gundams. It might mean that we basically finish the Gundams now, and then do a second day painting the Battletech minis, because I do want to give them some nice, like, proper detail. But you also might notice I kind of have the crazy eyes about me right now. You know, I have that feeling of, oh, I might be able to get this done. And who doesn't love that feeling? Oh, yeah, you know what, Mr. Snipes? That sounds like a cool way of doing it. Like, if you lose a mech leg in a battle, the replacement is just in plain silver. I kind of wonder if MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries couldn't have done a better job of having, like, the reflection of the history of the mechs. Yeah, and Fearless, I don't disagree. The rule set for Heavy Gear was really well put together. Like, you could tell the people who made that fucking loved Battletech, played the shit out of it, and were like, alright, what would we change? And that was like their starting point. But I'd also say that ultimately, Heavy Gear felt a little flat. And it's because when I played it, they never felt like my little guys. And we've talked a lot about this when it comes to actually like the business of giant robots. You know, that giant robot, both tabletop and video games, are closer to like racing games, right? In the fact that if you're playing a giant robot video game based on a specific franchise, dollars to donuts, you have a favorite mech, and that's the mech that you want to pilot, right? So if you're able to do that, you're going to emotionally anchor yourself better to that game. In racing games, people have favorite cars. Shocking, I know. But that's where a lot of that emotional anchor comes from. Like, it's kind of like the reason they're doing the clan stuff is that even though the clans are not the most interesting part of Battletech, right? We did a whole day on the design principles of like inherent imbalance. Sorry, this is like old school lore for Longshipians, but we came up with a copyright-free giant robot franchise called Endo Team instead of Exo Squad. And we took the concept of the clan invasion, but we did it as like a day's design philosophy. I'm sorry, and if you're not super down in your Battletech, TLDR, the clans were a bunch of people that left the inner sphere to go do shit, because they were, I don't know, mad about stuff. I forget. The TLDR being, they are like this surprise villain that pops up in the Battletech universe. You know, they're the big bad from beyond the stars, right? But the thing is, the clan's Omni-Mechs are better in every way, shape, and form than the classic Inner Sphere mechs. So it was designed to be kind of like a, you know, like a challenge, like a, oh shit, how does, you know, how do you beat a superior force with outdated tech? And I've got to say, I love that as a concept, right? But it doesn't work in a lot of video game scenarios because, you know, if I'm in a Mad Cat and you're not, and my robot's just better, that's not fun. Unless you win. Oh, fuck me running. I lost my train of fucking thought. Oh, just the idea that with Battletech they're adding the clan stuff because that's what the people want. The fucking cool designs and shit. And again, I say this as a Mad Cat fanatic. Fearless, I did play the PC game of Heavy Gear 2. It's one of my seminal ones. And I loved the concept of like a Special Forces mech team. You know, shocking from a kid who loved Mech Warrior 3, right? Even if I did hate the design of the Bushwhacker. You know what, if one of you would like to propose a conversation topic, I completely lost my train of thought. I think I was trying to make a point about how the inherent unbalance of clan mechs can make it unfun for people, and then I lost my train of thought. Because I know it was leading up to a different point, but both are now lost to the annals of time. So... fuck, I guess. Bushwanker, yeah. No, so the thing that makes clan mechs so much better is they're referred to as Omni-Mechs. See, if you get yourself a cute little urban mech, that cute little urban mech can only have certain guns in certain places, right? Which is why there's different variants. So the Urbi with the huge artillery AC-20, you can't suddenly put a great big laser where that shoulder cannon is, but there will be a different mech that has that different configuration that you can look up. It's fucking great. Cat! Watto and welcome! How are you doing, friend? One of the Longship was actually asking about people that had experience working on board games and digital board games, and I was like, if I focus hard enough, can I summon Cat? I was just explaining Omni-Mechs. But yeah, so when the clans show up, they have these basically reconfigurable super mechs. See, the Mad Cat isn't just a Mad Cat, right? It isn't just 2 big lasers and some machine guns and some missiles, which is a lot. It can be 2 PPCs, it can be artillery pieces, it can be reconfigured on the fly to do whatever the fuck you want. So, well, one of the old challenges in Battletech was like, how do I make this guy do this thing? With the clan mechs, it was like, how do I make it do everything that I want to all the time? You know, it was the kid in the playground who's like, nah, I have anti-cool guy missiles now. When did you get those? Omni-Mech. Don't worry about it. And that makes it inherently less challenging than the Inner Sphere mechs, and kind of a little less fun. Yeah, Air Dragon. No, that's entirely spot on. Like, and ultimately that's why the clans lose, is because while they were technologically advanced, they were social fucknards. You know, obsessing over duels and 1v1 honorable combat, and having a whole system whereby whoever pilots mechs good enough gets to have babies, but not in the fun way. Your genetic material is chosen to be the blueprint for the. We're okay, friends. We didn't lose it. The Tepigs blocked it. God, I love those little guys. That's my Tepigs. Okay, he does not want to be cool. Okay, there we go. We're good. Where were we? Ah, yes. But yeah, anyway, we spent a day trying to work out how we could design a better video game. Because, like, if you're doing a tabletop campaign, like, clan mechs are great because they make a perfect villain. And you have to outwit not by having the better guns, but by being fucking smarter and cooler. That point where the paint's at that perfect level of dry just brushes on perfectly. Like I said. It's perfect. Do more too mellow. There we go. I literally have 2 pieces of Gundam left, and then I am done on this one. I mean, what I might do is just retackle that one. Nah. It knows what it did. And I'm not going to put any hex on this one, just because I need like a control. But yeah, so Ket, I've been painting Battletech minis today. I've base coated and done initial pass on the Dashi, the Summoner, Thor, the Shadowcat, and this little guy we've kind of named like the OSHA Violator. And I've been using the Gundam pieces to experiment, like with like brushes and techniques and stuff, which has ultimately resulted in most of this Gundam being painted through sponge. So how are you? But yeah, I'm looking forward to when this is all dried. If I can find my box of decals, I'll put some special decals on. Otherwise, I'll just bloody leave it. But like once it's all done, and putting it together and then top coating it, it's gonna look messy, but I'm excited. So I think the last thing I'm gonna do before we start like clean up and just banter, I'm gonna give that horrible orange another run. Ket, you fool! Yeah, what the fuck? Everybody started posting memes on social media being like, well, Brat summer is over, time for Warlock Fall. And then like 2 seconds later, the sun is like, excuse me the fuck what? Don't count me out, bitches. I'll burn you again. I walk the dogs and I'm fucking melting. Oh, and I am going a little bit ham on this one because this is the last of the Gundam pieces. Technically, there's an axe and a gun left, but they're just going to be like silver paint dry brush. And I'm basically going to try the technique that we've been doing here, but using the Gundam paints that come in a pen. See if that works. Alright, and last but by no means least, let's get that good prep on! Alright. Woohoo! Yay! Na 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 na, painted it all! Bum 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 bum. Check out this all lot. Hang on, do it without like bashing the dashi. You can't see any of that. That was an empty gesture. Hang on, let me take a photo, and I'll post it in Discord in No Grey November. And this little squad. All right. Is there another little sponge? Just one of the little ones. Alright, yeah, we'll just tear off a piece of this. I want to use this with some of the orange, just to do the last bit. Because, hey! Evening, Restless Roots! Watto and welcome. And then after this, we'll do kind of like takedown and banter. I'll have to wash these up and all. And DJ Coil, welcome back, friend. Welcome back. I'm trying to make the accent shoulder not fucking terrible. Okay, that's better. It's not great, but it's better. That's what I get for choosing this fucking terrible orange. There we go. I don't know why I keep showing you. The orange fucks the white balance. But if you could see it, you'd be like, well, you know what? It's a great choice there. Alright, actually, one last bit of painting. One last bit of purple. It's not brilliant, but it's better than what I had prior. That's what I'm after. It's not my best work, it's not my worst. Okay, so there we go. So I've gone from just like a splotch to like a quick, almost wood grain effect there. Alright, but the Gundams are done. Whew. Yeah, C222, again, I keep forgetting these things. Also, at some point, either I need to steal you next time you're around to do like a Gundam photo shoot, or just get you to help me take better photos of my Gundams. But anyway, Restless Roots, how are you doing? Farone, how is your evening? Watto, and welcome, friends. Welcome to the after show with Will. We're covered in paint and happy about it. I'm, like, if you've got time to hang out, I might make myself an ill-advised 6 PM coffee. Alright, we finished doing 4 of the 5 battle mechs. Well, no, we haven't finished them. There's still a lot to go. But we've done 4 of the 5 battle mechs for their initial first pass. Next, we'll be doing like little highlights and details and stuff like that. I don't know what we're going to do with the OSHA Violator. That might be the best name I've ever heard. Wash up my little paint pots and all. Glass of scotch, you say? Could have some sake. That's all I've got alcohol-wise in the house. Oh, and by the way, friends, NewType doesn't sponsor me, but if you know anybody over there, tell them to sponsor me because I love them and they don't return my calls. Okay. You just bought a dragon for 65. How much is a dragon's worth of scotch? How much scotch does that get you? This over just a little bit. I want to get a photo to send to our friend over at Catalyst. The Dragon and the Scotch Are Unrelated is the best title to a fantasy book you haven't written yet. Nah, and Dustin, look, homie, I'm happy to know that you're having a great time with Astroneer, and like we're just the background noise. I saw today there's going to be new DLC coming out for Astroneer, so brace yourself, Buttercup, because that team's local. Oh, sorry, I'm just posting photos in Discord, so if you have a look in No Grey November, you'll be able to see what it looks like from my perspective, where it's not all like obliterated. And hey, if any of you would like to post your whips, now's the fucking time. Also, I'll post one of the little Gundams in the tub. The guy who's currently getting a fancy paint job. So DJ says there's a Kickstarter for Dragon Coffee table art book called Dragons of the Dwindling. And a £40 tier one. Get a custom dragon described by you in the book. That's fucking cool. Yeah, Sagara, if you told me that there was an audiobook of The Dragon and the Scotch Are Unrelated, I'd fucking love that. Who would you get to narrate it? Because my brain says James Masters, but I know we can do better. No offense to James Masters, obviously. DJ Coil, I'm not a good friend if your goal is to do less, right? Yeah, okay, you're right. We'll give it to someone else. Marston has Dresden Files. I'm actually behind on the Dresden Files like a whole bunch, so Dunny tell me, but... Oh yeah, no. DJ Coil, that's a good point. Like, I'm still considering doing, not this year, but at some point I am considering doing the novel in a month challenge. Because every fucking time I said, hey, I'm thinking about doing Rhino Nimao, whatever it's fucking called, some bellend would be like, well, are you sure you can do that? Oh, it's a lot of work. Including English teachers of the past. So I just want to, like, fucking do it to prove them. Also, friends, so Nainu Remao, the official one, they can go fuck themselves. They recently were like, AI is great with no downsides. Like, fuck off. As someone said, it's like if the local marathon said, oh, don't worry about it. You can just buy an I completed the marathon badge. Just buy yourself a trophy. Yeah, DJ Coil, I did see that. Yeah, as Ket was saying, you're also classist and ableist if you don't like AI. And it's just bamf, bamf, bamf. Because they're getting sponsored by it, so fuck them. Now, if you use like text-to-speech stuff, like I have in the past, because if you can talk faster than you can write, if you can dictate, like, I don't know if you've ever dictated 50,000 words. It's not a small feat. But the creativity that you have to put into it is massive. It is a real challenge. Whereas the idea that you could just be like, write me a novel about ball bags this long, in the style of person who's had 5 Jaeger bombs. Like, fuck off. That's not creating, right? And it comes from things that have been stolen. I mean, Wraith, that's the kind of shit that people used to pull in forums on me when I would say they're not allowed to do something, like, illegal or some shit. Like, oh, you're just being classist. No. You're doing shit you shouldn't supposed to be and you just got called out. But, look, the fun thing about it is that it's kind of like a game jam in the sense that you actually don't need them in any way, shape, or form. Like, they provide almost no service. And hey, like, Longship 90 Remao, we could fucking do it. Like, it would be something for next year. And I just want to do it so there's a very specific group of people I can tell to go fuck themselves. The Will Spite Right Jam. But like, much like the stuff we've been talking about today, you know, being a professional author is an incredibly challenging task. Writing a book is something that you can just do. Back early on in the Longship, like, Alleged Man wrote a book. He sent me a copy of it. I've still got it right here. Still got it right here. And like, it definitely could use an editor's pass, but that's almost irrelevant, right? Alleged actually did it. They sat down, they wrote a book. Let's fucking go. One of my favorite books that I found in a fucking charity shop round this way is Pavlov's Trout. And it is the incomplete psychology of everyday fishing. And it's actually a book about, like, the human condition, predominantly about mastery rather than artistic expression, but told through the medium of Guy That Fish Lot. I also love the fact that good old Philip K. Dick used to do shit tons of speed, and that's how he wrote so many books. But the point being, like, Nainu Remao it's like a marathon. It's like a game jam. It's something that will force you to do the thing that you wanted to do, that will light a fire under you. And I love that. You know, and again, as a dyslexic Mother Hubbard, being able to prove people wrong is like my entire fucking existence. Anyway, sorry, jumping back. So yeah, feel free to absolutely shit on the Rhino Nemao organisers, because they deserve it. Anyway, let's switch it back to some Sonic and Chill. We're on the back end of our adventures now. Yeah, Moose, that is a very good point. The more a writer believes they don't need an editor, the more they do. DJ Coil's just going to make a one-page RPG called The Scotch and the Dragon Are Unrelated. I mean, what you could do is similar to the... oh, God. I forget the name of the system, but it's a tweak on D&D where ability... What was it? Additional rolls and or spell slots are denoted by drinks. Alright, Wraith, I hope you have a fucking good weekend, friend. I hope you had fun with just, like, ambient painting and banter. And, you know, when are you gonna start showing me the cool shit you're making, eh? Is it Heroes of Barcadia? That sounds right. Look, if the system isn't called Morkborg, it's not in my brain right now. Does it show up a little better now that the main light is off? Look how... The problem is, it's now so grey and washed out. But if I turn on the light, you get a little of the sheen. But it's not happy with me. I'll have to do some good photos of this all. What a lovely fucking day. I'm going to have to say an extra thank you to the Catalyst peeps because, like, God, this has been such a good excuse to, like, shake off the cobwebs, you know? Oh, though, even I'm fading fast. You know what? I'm going to nip to the loo. I'm going to get myself a little glass of sake, and then let's have a natter. I'll be back in just a second. Hey friends, how goes it? Got my little cup of sake. Cheers all. Now Moose, did you tell me about lasers and feelings before? Because it rings a massive bell. Like, okay, I should say, I want a copy of Morgborg because it looks fucking cool. I don't know at what point I'm ever going to have the chance to play it. I also found Pirate Morgborg, which I almost bought, but they didn't accept cash. But does it ring? 2 bells? What you did there, I saw it. But like I said, my big goal for winter into next year is to start doing the tower. And the tower is going to be a D&D, essentially a D&D game show. And Baron, if I get the chance, I'd love to play test your system. The premise of the tower is very simple. There will be one character sheet. You each take turns trying to climb to the top of the tower. That's it. Everyone will have the same sheet. Everyone will have the same starting kit. Go. Because one, I want to be hanging out with Baron on the other side of the DM's wall for a little bit. And two, I am besotted with the top of the mountain concept in games, but I haven't tried to do it with board games. But I love Tower of Druga, I love Nightmare, the old British TV show, and I want to try doing something similar. We had so much fun when we did the Balu Bowl, right? You know what, I'll put this back on, at least you can see the mechs a little better. I can kind of... They're dry now, so I can kind of put them like this so you can have a look. The squad. Turn around. The Shadow Cat, unfortunately, is still going to be on the sidelines for a while. I'm going to need a really good paint solution. But you know, that's the big project that I want to do, and I'm going to try and rope both Baron and Deus into helping me as we continue. But yeah, that's about the only thing I've got really like mentally on the docket. So my problem with tabletop systems is I become obsessed with the concepts, and then when it comes time to play, I'm like, nah. Like, I think it's called the Spire or something, but it's a system where you all play Drow in this like vertical city where, you know, you're the downtrodden and the oppressed, and you're fighting the system to try and free the Drow, but every campaign always ends in death. That every stat you have is also like a health stat. That's Spire, okay, yeah. Yeah, then there's the Altered Carbon system, which after playing Nobody Wants to Die, I'd be fucking down for. Snipes just has to paint the camo lines on their vehicles and almost ready for weathering. Hey, well, look, Snipes, I hope you don't think that I'm just bullying you into being part of the long ship. But we do have a Discord. It's good. It's predominantly like games industry and industry adjacent folks. But in there we have 2 channels. We got Creation Celebration for anything you make, but also we have No Grey November, which is our quasi-challenge that no one's succeeded. And the goal is simple, to get all of your backlog of minis painted before November. No one has succeeded. And Fred doesn't count because Fred didn't buy any minis and was gaming the system. I mean, he wasn't technically wrong. Worst kind of not technically. But yeah, so like, again, it's not like I'm trying to just bully more people in. It's just, I don't know. Like I was saying earlier, the thing that I'm desperate to try when I get the chance is the train block graffiti. I'm not even a train guy. But there's another thing that I've been looking at, which is where you take one of the Gundam unicorns, where one of the Gundam where all of the pieces are laid out. You put a bunch of blue tack down and you glue them, not glue them, but you squidge them together on a plane, spray the whole thing, and then you do like a whole pattern on the side, and then unfurl that pattern. And I'm like, yes! Hey, and Snipes, and that's kind of why it's funny. When I was trying to do the No Grade November challenge seriously, and again, this is me being incredibly lucky to have these people looking after me, but the Longship took it upon themselves to keep sending me fucking Gundams. I'm not a train guy, says Guy, 1 week before becoming a train guy. Yeah, well, so DJ, the one that scares me is I have the Mechs unicorn kicking around. Well, okay, Judica, but what if my mate who started it, it really is an experiment and we are all participating? You know.
It's not that you are
Hey! How's that for a spot? That's a fried. I can't even speak. A slice of fried gold.
Those things with others in the hopes it also makes them happy or happier.
So Bacon, thank you kindly for the 200. And yeah, look, we have loads of cool people. Okay, so the Gunpla sisters can't see us. So could someone just type respond, because I've got stuff all over my keyboard, that we say hello. To those of you who have just joined us, Watto and welcome. Though I do need to warn you, I do need to warn those of you Gundam fans coming in, it might get a little bit sexy in here. Like, I don't know if I should be showing you this, this armorless smut right here. To Will Brown, obviously the Gunpla sisters, Chef Got Mad, Watto and welcome, friends. Hello, hello. So I've been hand painting today. The peeps over at Catalyst Games sent me this lance of Battletech. And so at the same time, I've been hand painting Gundam pieces. But I've been using the Hex mask to try and offset the brush strokes to see how it comes out. And today's just been a day to experiment with different painting techniques. And some of it has been a fucking disaster. I'm looking at you, piece of orange. It's the same orange as this little nightmare here. It's too bright to show up on camera. Hey, DJ Coil, if you're not getting flashed by a Gundam now and then, like, what are you up to? Will Brown. And some of it's been going well. You know, there was a few that was a little bit experimental. So like this piece, where I've been using sponges to do textured patterns, and like I'll see how it comes out. But basically, it was one of the Re 100 kits I got very early on from Iron Blooded Orphans. I forget which one, but it's one of the super early mechs. And so the armor pieces come out real good, and it's just been an experiment. Thank you. Although, let me show you the bit I'm fucking proud of. And it's simple, but it looks so good. I did a split base coat. That's not shadow and shade. I started with a black base coat, and I was starting to run out of paint. So I just did an angled fade on 2 different kinds of base coat. I was initially going to paint over it to see like how the different paints reacted in different colours. But I love the result so much, I'm just going to top coat it. Because at the moment, I don't have space in the flat to bust out the airbrush. So I've been kind of like chomping at the bit, like wanting to do more stuff. And yeah. When you lot came in, we were talking about No Grey November, the mystical challenge where you try and get all of your kits built and or painted before November. And I was basically bullying people into joining our Discord because I love giant robots. Those look fucking cool! Sorry, Mr. Snipes just threw theirs in, and I see your vulture in the background. You should tag that not safe for work. Sun's out, vulture's out. But no, that's really cool. It's sad. Okay, so to my lot, I don't know if any of the mods are in. Moose, can you do a follow for the Gunpla sisters? Because it's literally 2 people building Gundams all the time. And I actually saw them eating McDonald's fries as well. Which, I don't want McDonald's. People keep trying to drag me back in. I can get better stuff. So why do I want the Archies? Oh yeah, Chef, did I say hello? I hope I did. Anyway, friends, so yeah, that's where we're at. I'm just having a little spot of sake, and you probably got me for about like another like half hour or so. Oh yes, Judica, that's a very good point. So I was going to do this lance as all different colours, and then I started, again, my camera setup still needs work, but I got this summoner, or Thor if you're nasty, and used this like pearlescent purple on it, and just fucking fell in love with it. So I did all the rest of the lance in those colours. So we got the OSHA Violator and basically the Tri-Stars. Alright, Moose, thank you friend, I appreciate it. But like to my lot, please, please, please do follow the Gunpla sisters, because I've been lurking in a bunch of their streams. Aww. Bacon, thank you. And you put bits behind it as well. I'm sorry the alerts are so fucking quiet, but you're not wrong. Like, the Longship is genuinely the online little space that I always wanted to have, you know? I want to empower more people in the Longship to run little, like, hangouts and gaming nights and events. Okay, well, everybody give a quick little wave to the Gunpla sisters. And if someone could let them know that it was lovely to see them and it's fucking cool to hang out. But no, Bacon, I am genuinely proud of our little Discord. I don't want to go into details because it's an industry space, but one of the industry spaces I was in just kind of started the wind down to shut down, and feel sad, but the Longship has basically outlived them. Oh, okay. I don't want to alarm anybody, but if you look in No Grey November, Mr. Snipes has started flashing their vulture. Okay, that's fucking cool. Look at those elementals. They know what's up. They know what's up. No, that's way cool. Because we have a few people in the Longship who predominantly paint Battletech. We have a few Warhammer and 40k painters. We don't have as many Gundam painters. It's pretty much me and whenever we do a building challenge. Because we have done building challenges in the past. One year, when E3 got cancelled, we did What If G Gundam, but the games industry, where everybody... we did like a draft where you picked a games company you loved, and then made a mech to represent them. It was really cool. Obviously Team Cherry... No! IO Interactive won with the Hitman mech, but Team Cherry, like, Hollow Knight nearly won the games industry. Then we had the Mech Gala recently, which was like mechs but make it high fashion. That might have been a bit too much of a highbrow concept, but I like doing it. That's real good. And honestly, like, friends, tomorrow I'm just going to be putting this whole thing together, so... Alright, I'm going to do another coat of the horror orange while we're chatting. Fuck it. So Snipe says they only just started painting minis again about a year and a half ago. Oh, nice. We've got one person, I believe it's Titan's Advocate, who... I don't know if I can necessarily call them purely a Longshipian, but they are a Longship frequenter, and holy crud, their 40k stuff scares me. Like, in that, how can a single human being be so talented kind of way? Look, I gotta make this accent shoulder work. The only way it's gonna work is with a gajillion codes. And yes, this would have been quicker with an airbrush. But I don't have a place to put my airbrush right now. Don't judge me. But, and, okay, if we have one closing, like, I don't want to fucking Jerry Springer this shit. But if there's one thing that I just want to incept into everybody's minds as we bring it into a close, is like, you don't need to be shit hot at this to have fun with it. You win when you are building kits and painting minis. You win if you're having fun. If it looks great, awesome. Like, for some people it is about the path of mastery. For me, it's like artistic expression. I know I'm not going to be as good as Titan's Advocate and other people, but just having fun with all the weird and fun different ways that you can paint and build Gundams, I love it. And, you know, I'll find my style with Battletech. I know I will. Because let's be honest, who doesn't want to paint, like, 5 Urbies? Oh. Ketteril, is that a fucking Titan? Ketteril, are you posting Horus Heresy Mechs in this, a Christian Minecraft server? I can't even keep a straight face. That looks fucking cool! Yeah, Snipes, maybe we should do the Urby Derby one time. I joke, but when you're hitting the weight limit and you need something that will absolutely positively kill at least one fucking mech on the battlefield, get you an Urby. Alright, because Snipes, you're new here, and we have a bunch of people from the Gunpla sisters. Will you all indulge me one flex? Right, one flex. Guess who's got a cuddly Urby? Look at his face, he's so fucking cuddly. He'll also kill you with an AC-20. Cuddly Urby! And before you ask, yes, everyone sent me pictures of the giant inflatable version of that from Gen Con. Yeah? Yes, I told you, that's my little flex. Alright. Light is doing me noggin in. Oh yeah, so that's a Horus Heresy Knight Lancer Chaosified. Looks fucking cool. Like, good luck on painting that and all. Oh, what a fucking lovely evening. I'm sad we're gonna bring this to a close, I really am. Them's the ways. Does anyone have any questions, thoughts, or feels? To those of you that came over from the Gunpla sisters, I hope you will come on by at some point. I will talk your ear off about giant robots. And, okay, mech fans, if you are in North America, remember, the Gundam Mobile Base pop-up shop is doing the rounds. It will be in Seattle in October, and I will be there when it fucking opens. I'm doing it like a midnight fucking launch, homies. I'm gonna be there with my little fucking deck chair and my coffee. Thank you, Snipes. The purple paint does not look good here. I will be trying to get my lighting set up better as we move forward. I probably need, maybe not so much help, but just somebody who's good with lighting as a sanity check. Why? C222! I'm glad you asked. If you're in Vegas, tough titties, it has already been passed. Oh yeah, so, like, Angel Kalina, I'll keep bugging people, but it is going to be in Redmond, and it is going to be a tiny mission, and I will be going there for open, so, like, we're talking Will voluntarily getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Maybe we'll just stream from their little area. That'd be fucking cool. Yeah, so like worst case, light rails running up to Linwood now, which is real cool. Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. Oh. I will say though, this week has kicked my ass. And the new camera angle feels better than the last one because you're not just staring at my crotch, but I'm not doing much apart from talking, and the vibrations are going through the camera arm. So sorry, I don't mean to give it that earthquakey jakey. Oh no, C222, did you miss it, or is it just not doing your neck of California? Ah, damn. Maybe you shouldn't have been talking shit about Mr. Gundam. Sorry. I don't know why I'm like this today. It's been a really wholesome day of painting, and yet I just seem to be a fucking chaos merchant.
I met my investment banker in the back alley of Florida's swamps. He's my investigator.
I think it's what do you call a crocodile with a detective's license? An investigator. Thank you for the 500, Fred. I hope you're doing good. We've had a day of painting and talking, and we're just kind of like in last throngs of... I was talking about the Gundam pop-up that's going to be coming to Seattle in October. Check out me arm! And just seeing who's doing what. I'm hoping someone would be... Ooh! Not saying we have to rush away this very second, but one of my good friends is just doing a regular art painting stream. I haven't seen him in ages. We have so many cool people. But yeah, I apologise, friend. As I was saying earlier, was I've genuinely found the post-PAX week to be more exhausting than PAX. I tell you what, let's move to main studio. Just that way I don't have to worry about giving you all motion sickness every time I check one of our industry friendos. So yeah, if it looks like I'm getting a 1,000-yard stare, it's not fumes. I'm definitely hitting the wall. Oh look, you can see a little here, like boing boing. Hey, Snipes, fucking thank you. All you googled for a Battletech stuff on Twitch and got bullied into joining the Longship. Just like what happened to caffeine. Baron says, what do you call an overweight corgi? Low fat. Doctor, I'm vomiting potatoes. Doctor, I see we're having a heavy regurgitator. Doctor, this is a serious condition. I am dying. Akira Zero, it is not a cult. Don't stop telling new people it's a cult. It's not a cult. For tax reasons, not a cult. It's not. Alright. My sake is finished. My voice is shot. I think it is time to roll credits and say thank yous. To all of you who came over from the Gunpla Sisters, I do hope you'll come by. Because, like, even if I'm playing other stuff, I'm always down to talk about giant robots. Like, games industry, mechs are like my 2 special points. And I didn't even tell you about the fucking war crime I did to somebody while playing Steel Battalion. Like, y'all don't even know. But you'll have to wait for next stream for that one. I'm going to roll credits in a second and say a whole bunch of thank yous. Because for those of you who don't know, like, this is the... Fuck off, Adam! Fuck! What I was saying was, for those of you who don't know, I'm gonna do it, but fuck you. I basically stay alive and pay my bills because people throw in bits and donations, right? Like, this is what I do. And so I'll be rolling credits in just a second to say thank yous, but not to Adam. Not to Adam. You know those thank yous you would have gotten? Rescinding them. No, I was just about to be done. Now, don't ever talk to me or my mech sons ever again. Oh, now everything's tangled. Also, Adam, how are you doing, friend? How are you doing? But yes, also, after I run credits, we have some lovely friends to crash into. So please, friends, this is the 3 choices I got for you. So I've got Wukong, I've got Lethal Company, or some like literal traditional art. I think it's watercolor, but those are the 3 things I can... Sorry, I guess I should explain. For people who are new here, because we have so many cool friends, I try and tell you what you're going to be seeing, but not the person, so it doesn't like bias you. Yo! Adam, I'm fucking happy for you. Just post your pictures, your box and your whips in No Grey November because I'd love to see it. Okay, yeah, art sounds like a good fit for tonight. Alright. We'll be going over to my friend Russell Stewart, who once drew me as a Dragon Ball character, and it was one of the coolest things that has happened in a long time. But okay, so first off, thank you so much to the peeps over at Catless Games for not only giving me a lance of mechs, but giving me a reason to come back. Like, this was the kick in the ass I needed. Thank you. First off to Mr. Snipes, thank you for the follow. Congratulations, you found us. You win a prize. To those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by the wonderful gifters of House Carl. To Rilu Dinobot, who was slacking. But Mr. Dumb Rocks of the game. Fuck you, I just lost the game. Eat shit. Wraith, Hindle, Ishkar, Mr. Snipes, and Gets the Boat. Thank you all. Whether it was 70 months or gifted. To Ehrman, Some Numbers, Dandelion, Wolfcrad, Kiro Zero, Pun Spectre, Bacon Avenger, Shitaru, Favor6, and J-Post. You all threw in bits today, and that's how I'm able to keep doing this. Be it painting or industry banter or what have you, so thank you. Thank you to the whole moderation team, Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose, and Lizzie T. Pow, and to the Gunpla Sisters and Restless Roots. Thank you both so much for the follows. I didn't tell you all to follow Restless Roots. I'm a shitty friend. Fuck. I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, so friends, That's all from me. DJ Coil, I think it was when you became within proximity of the longship, because that'll do it. That'll do it. So yeah, thank you all for a wonderful evening. I didn't drink the paint water, so I'm going to consider that to be an absolute win. No, okay, sorry, that sounded really contrite. But I had a fucking good time today. I know the conversation and banter lilted between Coherent and Will just basically going, "Blah!" I had a great time. I'm really happy with how the experiment has turned out. And honestly, once we slap some decals and some top coat on it, it's going to look fucking good. As I said, I'm passing over to my good friend Russell Stewart, who is an incredibly talented artist. Like, just a genuinely brilliant artist. So, feel free to banter and natter with them. I'll be coming over with you on the raid, but then I'll have to start getting dags out and start going to go see Sum 41. Because I got enough energy in the tank. I'm gonna do it. But no, this was a really fucking good day. And I've been having a lot of really good days on stream. And I do struggle with how to say thank you and really mean it. So I hope you understand, friends. I really do. Yeah. To the Gunpla sisters, I have to bug them. We should do a co-build one day. I've been wanting to do more of that. Just like banter builds and whatnot. That'd be real good. But that's for another time. Friends, if I don't see you on Discord, I will see you on Tuesday. Fucking thank you and to be continued. Onward! The raid's already gone. It's actually, this is just for YouTube. This is just for YouTube. What up, you beautiful people? See you in the comments. I don't know what, there's no